Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about what is a Docker image for the containers. In our previous series, we have completed what is a Docker container and how we can create the containers in the Docker host machine, and we have seen entirely everything about that one. So now in this series, we will try to learn about the Docker images and what is a Docker image, how can we create a Docker image, what is a custom image, and all those things. Let's try to see it. So before learning about the Docker images and all those things, so what I want to tell you is, so I will try to explain you once again. Yeah, my internet is back again. So now in this video, we will try to understand the basic things about the basic concept about the Docker images. Then afterwards, we will try to learn one by one concept depth in regarding about the Docker image. So what is a Docker image for the containers? So that means for creating a containers, what is about this Docker image? Let's try to see it. So the first one, the first slide, sorry. Yeah. Today in this video, we will start with a new topic called Docker images. If you want to deploy applications in the Docker, you need to have image. That means if you have image only, then only you can deploy the application, means create the container in your Docker host machine. For example, if you want to install OS in the virtual machine or in the bare metal server or in any system, you need to have an ISO or the images, right? So if you want to install the Ubuntu in your laptop, means what you need to have? You need to have an ISO or the image. In the same scenario, same thing. In the same way, in the Docker also, in order to create a container, we need to have the Docker image. That is a simple thing. By default, Docker will pull the images from the Docker Hub. So these are all the concept while creating the containers we have learned it. Just I am trying to refresh it. While in this one, we will try to learn all about the images only, Docker image only. As we all know that whatever I execute a Docker pull command or without downloading the image, if I try to create a container, first Docker will try to search for the image in the local. So that means whenever I try to use the command docker pull and the image name, or otherwise without pulling the image, just I want to create a directly the container, means first what it will try to do is the Docker host machine or the Docker, it will try to search whether the image is present in the local or not. Local system means the where I have installed my Docker, which is called as a Docker host machine. On the Docker host machine, it will search for the image. If the image is not available, then it will start downloading the image by contacting the server called Docker Hub. So this is all the concept well known about this one. So if you are following my video series, the Docker thing, so you will be well known about this one all. If you need to use the public images from the Docker Hub, it is recommended to filter only the official Docker images, which is a certified image, and then we have a verified publisher, and then we have a sponsored OSS, which is called as an open source software. This has to be your hierarchy model. So that means the first one is the official Docker image, which will be having a certified image, and next one is the verified publisher, and the last one is the sponsored OSS. So this is the hierarchy. So which is the top priority? Docker official image is the highest priority. Docker provides an easy way to build and develop applications as images and deploy as a container. So the Docker provides an easy way to build and develop applications as images and deploy as a container. Why I am using the Docker tool? Because not only loading for the containers, we can also build a custom images as per the client or organization requirement. So here this is the concept you need to understand. So now we have developed a container and we have developed an application. We can also build a custom image as per the client or the organization requirement. We can build a custom image in the Docker. So that is the reason we have selected the Docker tool. We can create account in Docker Hub and store images as public or private. So now if you have created a custom image, so where you can store it is, so you can store the image in the Docker Hub. So and store the images either in public or the private, you can store it. If you want to store images in the Docker Hub, means then you need to have an account. Then we can store our images as public or private depending upon the license key. So whatever the license key you are having, so if you are having a license key, means then you can store the image as a private, or if you are having just an account, means you can store the image as a public. So anyone can store the image as a public. Private images need authentication to push or pull the images. So that means if you are having an account which is a private, means then you need to have an authentication. So to push or pull the image. So that means in order to take the image, to pull the image, or otherwise in order to push the image, so we need to have an authentication. Public images need authentication only for the push. So only for push we need to have an authentication, not for the pull. So public images we can download it directly without any authentication. We can also store images. So now you may be thinking that the Docker Hub is the only way where we can store the images like that. You will be thinking, right? So not only the Docker Hub, we can also store the images as repositories in other third-party providers. Like we have something like ECR, Azure Container Registry, JFrog, Google Container Registry, GitLab Registry, and many more. So like this, many more we will be having. So don't assume that we have only Docker Hub to store the images. So these are all different types which we are having. If you are using AWS means then we will be having AWS ECR. If you are using Microsoft Azure means then we have Container Registry. If you are using Google Cloud means then go for Google Container Registry. Like this we will be having so many things. If you are working for other third-party tools, then we have another cool tool called as GitLab for CI/CD operations that can also used for registry as well as to store the images. So that is one thing. Next one is the commands which we use for images. So the first one in the Docker, first one is Docker images. So if you try to type Docker images means it will give you all the images which are available. And the second one is the Docker image build or the Docker build. So this one is Docker image build is the latest command and Docker build is the old command. So this is used for building the image which we will try to see afterwards. Docker login, Docker pull command, and Docker push command and the Docker logout command. So these are all the different types of commands which are available for the images, Docker image. Next one is the commands which we use for images. So the first one is, so this one all we have seen it. So logout, these are the few commands which we use on a regular basis when you are working on the images. The Docker pull is nothing but pulling the images from the repository to the local system, means a Docker host machine. Docker login is nothing but if you want to log in into an account or any repository account, then if you want to log out, you can use the Docker logout command. So these are the commands which we will be using. If you want to build the image, then we can use any of the two commands, that is nothing but Docker image build or Docker build. This will try to build your custom images. If you want to list all the images that is available in the system, then we need to use Docker images command. So the next one is that Docker images are a bundle. So the next one, so what I want to tell is Docker images means it's a bundle of layers and each layer is a read-only layer, whereas the containers are read-write layer. So this is one thing you need to understand. Each images will be having a bundle of layers. Image is nothing but a bundle of layers. Each layer is a read-only layer, whereas the containers are read-write layer, which I will try to explain you. For example, whenever you try to download an image, the image will have some layers like L1, L2, L3 like this. So whenever you want to try download an image like Nginx or anything, it will have a different types of layer, pulling like that, it will try to show you. So let's say that it is having some layers like L1, L2 and L3. These are called as a read-only layers. So that means you can only read those layers, you cannot modify the layers, which means that you cannot manipulate the data which is stored in the image. And your containers are created as read-write layer and this will be attached to your image. So that is one thing. So I will try to explain you this one. So simple example, so which you can able to understand it. So here I have it in Canva. Okay. So now if I want to draw it, so here what I am trying to explain you is, if you try to observe carefully, so this is an image. So this is an Ubuntu image. If you try to see Ubuntu 15.04 image, which you will be having different types of layers. If you try to observe, so this one is layer 1 and this one is layer 2 and this one is layer 3 and this one is layer 4. And each one will be having different types of space memory. So that is nothing but it is 1.85 KB, 195 KB and 188 MB. That depends. So these are all called as an image layers and this total is called as an image. Okay. So this total is called as an image. So whenever you want to pull it means, so Docker pull command you will use it. Okay. And you will use the Ubuntu 15.04, you will use the command. And these all the images layers will be downloaded. So this is called as a read only layer. So these are locked. So that means you cannot modify the content in this layer. Okay. So now, so this is a locked image. Okay. So this image is locked. So that means the contents are prohibited for editing. So these are all only read only layer. Okay. So when you want to create a container from this image, so you will take this image and you will try to create Docker container run or Docker container create. You will use the command and you will give the image name. So when you try to give this image name, and this entire data, whatever the data is there, is copied and kept in this container. Okay. So that means this Docker container is nothing but the content of this one is entirely copied and kept it here. And now you can change the contents of here. Okay. So this is called as a read write layer. So that means the copy of this image, you can multiply it like this multiple times. You can paste it here like this. So each one, the copy of this image, so you will be creating a container, and these all are read write layers. So that means when you try to change a file in this image or in this container, so the base image will not be changed. The base image will be like this only, but the contents in this container you will be able to change. So this is called as an something like copy on write strategy. So that means whenever you are not able to change this image content means, so you will copy this entire image and you will create a container, okay, and this container will have all the contents of this image, and now here you can able to change the contents of the image, but this base image will be like this only. So here you can change the configuration and all those things, and you can able to do it. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. So this is called as a copy on write strategy. So this is the brief explanation about the Docker images. In the next video onwards, we'll try to learn more about the depth about this Docker images thing. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will see the practical implementation about the details of the Docker image. So when we have pulled the Docker image and what are the different types of layers that are existing in that one, let's try to see in practical. First of all, let's try to understand that when we are trying to pull an image from the Docker, what type of image we need to pull it. So that is the thing we need to learn first. So here I am trying to open the Chrome browser. So any browser you can open it. And here I am taking this one. So if you try to search for Docker Hub, okay, so the Docker Hub, and this is the website, that is nothing but hub.docker.com. And if I open this one, you will be able to see a website here. So it is trying to open a website, and here you will be able to see a logo Docker Hub, and here you will be able to see a sign in button and a sign up button. So if you have already an account in this Docker Hub means, so you can click on this sign in and you can log in into this application, or otherwise if you want to register means you can click on the sign up and you can create a new account. So right now I'm trying to pull the image that is nothing but a public image. So for that pulling of the public image, so there is no need for us to authenticate it, so we can pull it as an anonymous user. So here at the bottom you'll be able to see some of the images that is nothing but which are trending this week and all those things. So I don't want to use these all things, so just I will try to show you a simple container image that is nothing but Nginx, which we will trying to see in our videos. So here if you try to see, there are three types of image, nothing but what I can say is four types of images will be there. So first one is the Docker official image, and if you try to click on this one, so you'll be able to see that Docker official images are a curated set of Docker open source and drop-in solution repositories. So whenever you are trying to download an image for a particular image means in the Docker Hub, the first priority you need to give it is the Docker official image, and here you will be able to see a badge or a certified symbol, and if you when you hover it here, you will be able to see a tooltip that is nothing but Docker official image, and this is the main thing which you need to give. And here you will be able to see is updated, that is nothing but 16 days ago. And if you want to filter out these only the Docker official images means, then you can click on this one. So you will be able to get only the Docker official images. So that is nothing but this one is an Nginx unit, and here official build of Nginx. And this was updated 16 days ago, and 1 billion plus downloads has been done. So already 1 billion plus downloads has been done, and the star rating as given is the 10k plus. And here the pulls, you are able to see how many pulls it has been done, and you will be able to see each week by week how many pulls it has been done. And when you click on this one, so you will be able to see an official page here, and all the details you will be able to see it. So this is the first one. And the second option, which if you are trying to download an image, if you don't find any official image means, then you need to go for a verified publisher. Okay, so verified publisher means then you will be able to have this verified publisher. And here when you click high quality images from publishers verified by Docker, these products are published and maintained directly by commercial entity. These images are not subjected to the rate limiting. So this one is nothing but verified publisher, and this is the next priority which we need to give for pulling of the images. So here you will be able to see, So many verified publishers are there. So this one also you can take it as a priority if you don't find any Docker official image. And if you don't find any verified publisher also for this one, so then you can go for the sponsored OSS. Okay, this is an open source. So this is another one which you need to give the next priority. You will be able to see a symbol here, sponsored OSS. And this one is nothing but Docker sponsored open source software. These are images published and maintained by open source projects that are sponsored by Docker through our open source program. So now if you don't find this sponsor OSS also, then you need to download normal one. So here if I will try to show you. If I go to the 7th place, and here you will be able to see, oh, still the sponsors are there, the 7th place also. If I go to the 10th, we will be able to see, yeah. So these are the images which are developed by some random users. So you can go for this last priority. So the first priority we need to give is the Docker official image. Next one is the verified publisher, and the last one is the sponsored OSS. So right now we are targeting the Docker official image. So we will download this Nginx. So in order to download this one, so first I have opened this one. So here I am having a Docker. Now in order to get the images list, Docker images or Docker images you can type it, or Docker image ls also you can do it. So anything is fine. So Docker images means it will give you the list of all the images that are available in the Docker host machine. So these are the local images which we have already downloaded it. Fine. So now I want to download the Nginx. So for this one we can have Docker image pull, or otherwise you can use the Docker pull also. So in the latest one, so we will be using Docker image pull, and I will be using the Nginx. So we need to give the tag name. If you don't provide the tag name, it will take the tag name as the latest. Now if I press enter, so now it is using the default tag latest. Why? Because I haven't mentioned any tag name, so that's why it is taking the default one. And here you will be able to see all the layers that are getting downloaded here. So this one by one, all the layers are getting downloaded. You will try to see about these layers, and here you will be able to see downloaded newer image, and this is the place where it has been downloaded. And if you want to check the details, and here you will be able to see image ls, and Nginx has been downloaded. So the first one is the repository. Technically we call it as a repository, and the Docker Hub is called as a registry. So normally technically we call it as a repository. So normally we say it as an image also. And the tag name we are using is the latest, and this is the image ID that has been given for this one. So when we have downloaded, so the image ID has been created. So that is nothing but this is the image ID where you will be able to see. So here it is not created, right? So now this is the image ID, and it was created 42 hours ago. Okay, and here you will be able to see the total size of this one is 188 MB. And if you want to know more about this one, means so the history of this one or something like that, means then what we can do it is Docker image history. Okay, Docker image history, and you need to give the name of this one. So Nginx, so latest. So we need to give the image name followed by the tag name. And if you try to press enter, so here you will be able to see the list of all the layers which you are having. So we will try to learn it one by one, this one all. So you will be able to understand very clearly when we are learning about the Dockerfile. So here first one you will be able to see a command. So daemon is off, and here you will be able to see another command, and it is exposing the port number 80, and this one is one shell script, it is executing, and here it is copying some files. Okay, and here also it is copying the file, and it is running the shell script, and it is initializing some environment variables, and here we are assigning a label to this one, and here some shell scripts it is executing. Okay, adding a file it is doing. So command is executing, and you will be able to see, so the commands which are getting executed, so those are nothing but 0 bytes only. And when it is trying to copy this file, so you will be having some particular memory for this one or file size for this one. So the total file size of this one is 188 MB, right? So the complete layers added, then you will be able to get the total size of this one, 188 MB. So that is what I want to explain you. So this is how you will be able to see the complete what I can say is the layers for this one. So we'll try to learn about these layers. So these all will be existing in the Dockerfile. So we'll try to learn one by one. So this is all about the basic introduction about these Docker images. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will see about the container memory size. How much size will the container will take in the Docker host machine? Let's try to see this one. So for example, let's say that if you want to see the containers, how much memory it is taking. So normally the containers, let's see what are the containers running in my system. So if I try to check here, so none of the containers are running. If you see the images, Docker images ls, so Docker image. So here this is the Docker images, and if you try to check, these are all the images that I am having in my host machine. And if you try to see here, this is the total size of each image which we are having right now. Now what I want to do it is, so I want to create a container with an Nginx. So here if I try to run it, Docker container run -d, and I will give the name Nginx -demo 01. Nginx -demo 1, and Docker container run -d -name Nginx demo 1. We need to give the image name. That's it. So now if you try to give here the image name, so now the image has been created. Now if you try to check the Docker container ps-a, now you will be able to see the container. Now if you try to check the total size that the container has been taken, if you want to check that one, means how we can check it. So for checking that one, so we need to give an option that is nothing but Docker container ps-s. Now if you try to check, -s means the size, -a means all. Now if you try to check here at the end, you will be able to see a size. Now the total size of the container is 1.09 KB, and the virtual is nothing but 188 AB. That is nothing but the image plus its total size. So here this is the image size, okay, and this one is the only the container size. So the container size at the time of creation is 1.09 KB. So this is depending on the creation I am doing. So maybe that will be varying when you are trying to create it. And this is the container size which when I am trying to create that size of this one. And now understand that this virtual means, so combinedly with the size of the container and also the image. So you will be having this size. Now for example, let's say that I will create another container, Docker container, or otherwise we will take the previously run command. Yeah, here this one, right? So now I will take the 02. Now if I try to press enter, so another container has been created. Now let's try to run the same thing size. And now here if you try to check, so the same 1.09 KB and also the 1.09 KB is there, and the virtual MB is nothing but this is the image size, okay, combined with the container size. So how can you say that this virtual MB is the total size of the container combined with the image? How can you say this one? Means I will try to show you. Let's log in into the Nginx -demo 1. Okay, so I assume that this both not assume. So let's say that, so you have seen this both the containers as having the same memory, that is nothing but 1 KB and 1.09 KB. Now I will log in into one of the container and I will try to install some of the libraries or anything. Then let's check whether how much will be the size of the container. So here I will try to do Docker exec -ti, and there is nothing but Nginx -demo 1 and the bash shell. So we have logged in into the container. Now what I will try to do, apt update, I will try to do the update. So that means we are trying to pull the latest packages. So let's try to see the update. Now I will go into the exit and let's say the same thing, I will check the command. Now if you try to see here, I have logged into the Nginx -demo 1, right? And now if you try to see, suddenly the size of the container has been increased to the 19.4 MB. Why? Because we have did some updation. Now let's say that I will install some other thing. So for example, let's say that I will go here, apt install -y all as ip utils -ping. Let's try to install it. So it is trying to download it, and it is downloading. That's it. So it has downloaded. Now if I come out, okay, now let's try to execute this one. See, now it has been increased to the 21.7 MB. So that means depending on your container, whatever the applications you are trying to install and what are the things you are trying to do, the container size will be increased. Now whenever somebody asks you what is the total size of your containers, means total container size means containers, let's say that, or Nginx container size means, so you need to combine, so 188 MB, okay, or otherwise what you can do it is 1.09 KB plus 21.7 MB plus the image size, that's it. So don't combine with 188 MB plus 209 MB, so that is not the case. So it is nothing but 188 MB plus 21.7 MB, so that is the total size of the containers. So here what is that means, so that is nothing but 209 MB plus 1 KB means, so something around 209 MB will be the total container size, so total Nginx container size, or otherwise total containers size in your Docker host machine. So that means here the virtual image is nothing but the image size will be sharing between these two. So here the image size is 188 MB. So here this total 209 MB means is nothing but 188 MB plus 21.7 MB. So that is the reason it is around approximately 209 MB. So this is what I want to explain you. So whenever somebody asks you the total container size in your Docker host machine means, don't combine by 1 KB plus 188 plus 21 plus 209, don't do it like this. So 188 MB plus 21.7 MB, that's it. So why? Because here this is the Nginx container. So this is about the container size, how the memory size, how the size will be taken by the containers and the image. So this is how it will be doing it. So now what I will be trying to show you is how the Docker Hub thing will be there. So what is the account, how we can create the Docker Hub account. So if I try to go to the Chrome, so here this is the Chrome, I will try to show you. Now we have already seen about the Docker Hub, right? Docker Hub. So this is the Docker Hub thing. Why? Because in the next video we will try to how we can push and how we can pull the images to the Docker Hub registry. We'll try to see it. So this is our dockerhub.com. So if you don't have an account in the dockerhub.com, so you can click on the sign up and you can sign in immediately. So here I am signing out. I am signing up. So here you can use the, okay, or otherwise I will use something like this, and the password will be okay. So send me the occasional product and all those things, you can click on this one and you can sign up. So it will send you a mail, verification mail, you can log in, and here I am logging with the username and I am clicking on the continue, and here the password it is asking and I am logging in. So if you log in immediately, automatically this one will be logged in up. So this is how you will be able to see, and it will be asking us to check the verification mail. So or otherwise if you don't verify the email, so it will be telling that you cannot create a repository. So I will approve this email once. So I have verified this one. So let's try to refresh whether the message will be gone or not. So now the message will be gone. So now here this is our Docker Hub, okay, and it will be asking you, so here it will be asking you for the upgrade thing and all those things. So here you will be able to see and download for Windows and Docker desktop, it is asking you to download the thing. And here if you try to see, so we will be able to see the upgrade options. So right now we have taken the trial account, that is nothing but personal. So in this trial account we can create unlimited public repository and we can create one private repository, I think. So only one is permitted, I don't know. So let's try to see it. And we can do 200 image pulls per 6 hours, it is saying. So that's it. So more than that we cannot do it. And you will be able to see this is the pro account and team and business. So in this one you can have unlimited private repositories, and here 5000 image pulls per day you can do it, okay. So in this one pro 5000, and here you will be having unlimited pulls. So like this you will be having the different things based on your upgradation. So right now I will be using only the personal free trial account. So we'll try to do this one. So that's it guys about the Docker Hub creation and the Docker container size. In the next video what we will try to do is how we can push or pull the images into the Docker. Let's try to see. Hope you understood about this Docker container size, how to check it. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will see how we can push and how we can pull the images into the Docker Hub repository. And also we'll try to see the authentication also. So normally what I want to tell you is, whenever you want to pull the image, whether it is a public image or a private image, so whether you want to means, so there is nothing but what you will be using is the Docker Hub registry. So if I try to show you this Docker Hub registry, so this is the hub.docker.com, and here are all the repositories. If you try to see the repositories, right now I don't have any repositories in my account. So if you want to explore means, you can click on the explore and you can download any public repository. So you need to understand that for downloading or pulling the public repository or the public image, there is no need for authentication. But if you want to push a public image means, then you want to have an authentication. In the same scenario, if it is a private repository means, if you want to pull the image or if you want to push the image, must and should you need to be authenticated. So this is the basic funda you need to understand. So right now I will be downloading only the public image, so there is no need for me to authenticate. So just we will try to search for a public image. So Nginx, so I will try to search for the Nginx. So this is the image which we are trying to download all the time in our videos. So let's try to do it. So if I click on this one, so here you will be able to see this is the image. Now in order to pull this one, so I will be using docker pull Nginx. So here you will be opening into this one, so not this. So we are opening the mobile XTM, right? So this is the thing, and we will be using all the Docker image related things. I will be using with the command docker image space. Why? Because in the latest version of the Docker, so all the commands are categorized. If you are working with the containers means, then you need to use docker space container. If you are working with the image related means, then you need to use docker space image space and the commands. And if you are working with the volume related means, then you need to use the docker volume. So like that the commands are categorized. In old version of the Docker, if you are trying to see it somewhere else means, so you will be able to have something like docker pull and docker run, like that you will be having. So that is the old version of the commands. In the latest version of the commands means, so the commands are categorized. So right now we are working with the image related things, then we need to use docker image, and we need to use the pull command, and we need to use Nginx followed by the tag name. So whenever if you don't provide any tag name means, then the latest will be downloaded from the into the local system from the Docker Hub. So if you want to have a particular version or the tag means, then you need to use the particular version number or the tag number. So here I am not using any tag number. That means the default one will be the latest. The latest will be downloaded. If I try to click on this one, pull. Now it is trying to use the default tag as latest. Why? Because we haven't mentioned anything, the tag name, and it is trying to pull from the library /Nginx. So here it is trying to pull from the library /Nginx. Now it is extracting one by one. So that means, so there will be 4 phases. One is downloading, extracting, and the another one will be the download, and afterwards it will be downloaded. So now you will be able to see this is the digest key. So this is the particular version which is given. Think of it like a version it is created in the local system. And here the status is it has downloaded the newer image, that is nothing but Nginx-latest. And it is saved in the path, that is nothing but docker.io/library/Nginx-latest. And we are able to see the prompt. And if you want to see whether the image has been downloaded or not means, so you can use the command docker image ls. So here the repository Nginx has been created, and this is the latest, and this is the image ID which has been created. And here if you try to see, this one is been created 3 days ago. So don't think that just like the container which when we try to pull the Nginx, so the created will be the same time. So that means a few seconds ago. So this created means which the latest one has been uploaded in the Docker Hub. So you need to think it like this. So the latest one which has been uploaded in the Docker Hub. And the size as usual it is 188 MB. And here this one is 3 days ago means, so the latest one which has been downloaded. So here you will be able to see, if I go back, so uploaded latest will be 3 days ago, something like that. Okay. So updated 2 days ago. Here you will be able to see it, right? So that is the thing which you will be able to see it here. Oh, not this one. Mobile XTM. Yeah. So now we have pulled the image. Fine, right? So now we have pulled the image. So if you want to check all the commands related to this one means, so you need to use docker image, and if you press enter, you will be able to see all the commands that are related to the image. The first one will be the build. So we will be trying to see when we are trying to learn about the Dockerfile. So in our upcoming videos, we will try to learn it about this Dockerfile, and you will know about the history of an image, particular image. I have shown you this one also. So these are all the things you will come when you are trying to build the image. Load, ls, prune, pull, push. So right now in this video, we will deal with only this pull, push. RM you already know, if you want to remove an image you can use it, and save if you want to save one or more image. Tag means you want to create a tag. So if you want to remove an image means directly you can use docker image RM and you can give the image. So now if I try to click on this one, automatically the image will be deleted. So if I try to check docker image ls, so nothing is there. So if you try to check it, nothing will be there. So like this, if you want to delete a particular image means you can delete it. Now if I want to pull it means docker image pull nginx. That's it. So now it will be pulling the latest one. So by default it will be using the latest one. So if you want to have a particular version, let's say 1.27.0, so that is a version, some version nginx will be having. So if you want to have a particular version, that one means, so you can also provide that tag name also. So I will try to show you. It is downloading. So after downloading I will try to pull an nginx which is having a specific tag name. So here for example if I want to do it means docker image pull nginx 1.27.0. So now if I try to press enter, automatically the docker, so it has downloaded the another version. So if for checking that one, so you can check it docker image ls. So now if I try to press here, yeah, docker image ls, now you will be able to see this one. Okay, so now we have we are able to see two version of two nginx images or repositories. We technically we call it as a repositories. One is latest and another one is 1.27.0. Okay, so like this you can have as many tags you want, you can download it, the particular tags. So now in order to authenticate, okay, in order to authenticate into the docker, so what we will be using is the docker login. Okay, so this is the command which you will be using. So authenticating with the existing credentials, it will try to do it. Already it has been logged in, so I will try to log out. Okay, I will show you this login and logout thing also. So now if I want to log in we want to log in means why, because if you want to pull the images or if you want to push the images means first we need to log in, or otherwise we cannot push it. So for example, let's say that docker image push, docker image push, why I am writing spelling mistakes, docker image push nginx hyphen latest. If I want to push it means, so if you want to check it, so it is trying to push it. Now it will tell that authentication failed. So it will tell you that, see, denied, request to access other unauthorized, authentication is required. So that means you need to be authenticated in order to push the nginx. So that may be any repository. So now here, so for authentication thing, what you need to do, so we need to use docker login. Then it will ask you, by default it will try to take the authentication from the hub.docker.com. So if you want to have a particular thing means you can give the Azure or Microsoft, if you want means you can give that repository name also, you can give it the registry name also. By default it is having by default it will authenticate from the hub.docker.com. So we know the user, we have already registered in our hub.docker.com, the same email ID you will try to give it, and the password also you will give, that is nothing but my password which I am trying to give it. Now automatically it will be logged in. So you will be able to see that login succeeded and your password will be stored in unencrypted in the home/testuser.docker config.json file. So your password will be saved in this file. So right now whatever the user you are having, test user, right? So whatever the user you are having, so in the same user, so if you try to check who am I, so this is the test user. So in this test user home directory it will be stored. So if you try to check in the present working directory, see home/testuser, and a hidden folder docker will be created. If it is not there means already it will be created. If it is already present means it will use that file. So in the .docker, if you try to check .docker, and you will be able to see a config.json file will be created. If you try to check this config.json file, what are the commands, or otherwise you will be having, config.json file, if you try to see here you will be able to see for this docker.io you are having an authentication. So you need to be very careful about this auth. We should not share to this one to anybody else. Why? Because if anybody has this authentication created means, so if you share this file to anybody means, so they can automatically log in with your credentials. So that's why we need to be very, very careful with this file. So don't share to this one, this file to anyone. So that's what I want to say. Now what I am trying to say it is, if you see the permissions for this one, ls.docker, okay, -l. So you will be able to see there is only a read write person, only read write permissions will be is allocated only for the user, not for the group and the others anonymous. So only for the owner read write permissions has only been given. This is also one thing you need to understand. So don't give any read or write permissions to anybody else other than the owner. So that is one thing. So if you try to log out, so directly you can press on the logout, Docker logout. Automatically it will be removing the credentials for this index.docker.io. And if you try to check the cat.docker/config.json, automatically the authentication for that particular has been removed. So in this way you can log in and you can log out, and I will try to show you how the authentication things we can push the repositories into our account. I will try to show you, in the next video. So this is how we will be dealing with the images and the authentication thing. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In the previous video, we have seen how to pull the images and also how to log in into the Docker host machine. So we have seen it. So now in this video, we will try to see how we can push the repositories or the images to the Docker host, to the Docker Hub. Let's try to see it. So for example, let's say that let's try to see what are the images we are having in our system. So right now we don't have any images. Let's try to pull Docker image pull Nginx. So I am pulling the image Nginx. By default, it will be taking the tag as latest, and it will try to pull the image from the Docker Hub, and it is downloading the image. So it will take some time depending on your internet connection. So it will take some time for downloading from the Docker Hub. So if your internet is fast, means it will be downloaded very fast. So now here, after pulling the image, let's wait for some time. So yeah, here the digest, a unique key has been created, something like think of it as a version in our system, and the status you will be able to see, and the place where it has been stored. So now if you want to check whether the image has been downloaded or not, means so you can check it something like docker image ls. Now you will be able to see that the latest Nginx has been downloaded into your system. So now what I want to tell you is, so for example, let's say that if you want to push this image, so what you will be trying to do, docker image push, then you will be trying to do Nginx latest. Now you're trying to push. Here it is trying to push in the docker.io/library/Nginx. It is trying to push it. Now if you try to see here, it is telling that denied, access is denied, and you need to have an authentication required. So that means you need to authenticate when you want to push the image to the Docker Hub. So let's try to authenticate it. So for authentication, what I will try to do is docker login, and it will ask you the username and the password. By default, it is trying to log in with the hub.docker.com. So that is our public registry. And here I will try to give our username, so which I have registered. So here I will give the password also. Okay. And automatically, so I think the username and password is wrong. So let's try to give it again. So hopefully I'm giving correct password only this time. So now it has been login has been succeeded. So I already told you that this one will be available. The username will be stored in cat. I will try to show you cat docker/config.json. So here you will be able to see the details. So fine. So now you need to be careful and you need to save this one, and you should not share these auth credentials to anybody else. Why? Because if they have these auth credentials and they can save it in the same file, and now they can log in with your credentials and they can download the image. So that is one thing. Now I will try to push the image. So the same thing. So when you try to push the image, now it is trying to push the image, and now it will be telling you that you are so here this time we are logged in, but it is telling that requested access to the resource is denied. So why? Because we are not a user of this library Nginx. So now what we need to do, so we need to push to an Docker image of our own. So that is nothing but, so let's try to open the Chrome, and I think hopefully we are logged in into our system Docker Hub. Okay, let's try to check whether we are logged in into our system or not. So I will try to see. That means I am logged in into my system. Yeah, here I am logged into my system. If you want to check the profile, so here it should be having the username as netranred, right? So I need to use this netrunred. Now what I want to do it here. So this one is from library/nginx. So that means the profile belongs to library/nginx. So if I want to push this nginx image into our own repository, means first what we need to do is we need to clone the repository. Okay. So first we need to clone the repository. So clone the repository means what I can do it is docker image tag. I will be tagging the image, that is nothing but nginx latest. So I will try to do a nginx-latest. Okay, and I need to give the username at the starting. So that is nothing but netrunred/. Now when I press enter, automatically a tag will be created. Now if you try to see docker image ls, a new one will be created, netrunred nginx-latest. Now if you want to push it here, so what can I do it is docker image push netrunred image nginx-latest. Now I will try to push it. So now this time it is trying to authenticate. So now you need to be authenticated. Now it will try to push it. So now the authentication has been success and it is trying to mounted and it is pushing. So it will take some time to push the image into the repository. Let it push. So let's see what will happen. So now it has been successfully pushed. Now if you try to see it in our here, and if I click on these repositories, now you will be able to see one repository has been pushed into here. So here netrunred nginx-latest. So this repository has been pushed. Now whenever I want to pull this one means, so directly I can pull this image something like this. So I can copy this one. So let's go into here. I will try to show you docker image ls. Okay, netrunred nginx-latest, right? So I will try to remove this one, docker image rm netrunred nginx-latest. So here I will try to remove this one. So automatically it has been removed, docker image ls. Now if I want to pull it means, so here I have a command. So I will paste it here, docker pull like this. So here also you can use docker image pull also. So now if I try to push it, so default tag latest it is using and it will pull from the netrunred nginx-latest. So now if you try to check docker image ls, now you will be able to see. So in this way, so you can push the repository into your existing repository into your own repository. For example, let's say that I have another account, something like let's say I think that I have an account hub.docker.com. Okay, so if you try to see, so this is another account which I am having. Let's try to click on the sign in. Okay, and here I will give Leela webdev. So this is another one which I am having, and let's try to log in into this one. Okay, and if you want to share the images into another repository means, we can also do this one. So for example, right now this doesn't have any repository, so these two accounts are for mine only. So now I want to share this existing repository or image into my another account. So what I need to do here, so first of all what I need to do it is, let's go into this one. So this is the repository and I want to share it to my another account repository. So then what I need to do it is, so first I need to tag it, docker image tag, and I need to use the netrunred, so the existing one, into the Leela webdev, okay, /nginx-latest. So this one also I will try to use the same name only. So now when I press enter, automatically if you see here docker image ls, automatically another one will be created. Now if I want to push this one, so here you can push docker image push Leela webdev /nginx-latest. Now if you try to push it here, so now it is trying to push it. Let's see whether we can able to push it or not. So now you will be getting the access denied. Why? Because this time I was logged in with a netrunred, not with a Leela webdev. So what I will try to do is, I will log out the thing and I will try to log in. So fine, and I will use the existing credential Leela webdev and I will use the password, and if I try to check it, so login succeeded. Now if I try to push the existing one, so now it will be able to push it. So in this way we can share the images between the repositories. If you want to share the images between the repositories means, then we will be using it like this. So this is how we will be doing it. Now let's try to mount it and afterwards we'll see whether it has been successfully pushed or not. So now it has been successfully done, and now if you try to see it here, if you click on refresh here, now I will be able to see that Leela webdev / nginx latest last pushed is less than a minute ago. It has been successfully pushed. If you want to delete this repository, means existing repository, then that one also we can do it. And here you can go to the settings, okay, and here you will be able to see delete repository. And this is a free trial account, right? You will be having one private repository, so you can make any repository as one private, only one as a private. And this one delete repository, you can do it. And here I can use nginx -latest. Automatically this repository we can delete it. So this is how we can delete the existing repository in your account also. So this is what I want to explain you, how we can push the images or repositories to the Docker Hub, and also how we can share the images between the two accounts also I have shown you. Hope you understood this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela webdev. In this video, we will learn about the introduction of the Dockerfile. So why we need to learn about this Dockerfile? Let's try to learn. In this video, let us understand how to build the custom images. So that means, so up to now what we have did it, we are already pulling the images from the Docker Hub public, right? Now it's time for us to create our own images. So how we can create these own custom images? Let's try to learn. Till now we have used our images, or we have downloaded the images from the Docker Hub registry, whether it is your account or Docker Hub public images. So whatever it may be, till now what we are trying to do, we are trying to pull already the existing images that are available in the public registry, like Nginx, MySQL, WordPress. So these are all the things we are pulling the images that are already existing in the Docker Hub public. Now what we have to do is, as per our organization requirement, we have to build some custom images. Why? Because as per our requirements, so we cannot find the images exactly meeting our requirements in the Docker Hub public registry. So that's why, that is the reason what we need to do it is, we need to build our own images. So what is custom image? So what are custom images actually? So the images which are required as per your organization application deployment is called as an custom images. So what the images which are required as per your organization or the client application development. So that is the thing. These images cannot be found public. So these images we cannot find it in the public. You need to understand the client requirement, and based on that you have to test and you have to build the image and you have to deploy it. For that we need to understand how to build our own images. For that reason you need to understand what is a Dockerfile. So because of that reason we need to understand Dockerfile. So now you need to understand that why we need a Dockerfile in order to build the custom images. So why we need the custom images? Because according to the client requirement or the organization requirement, so those type of requirements we cannot be able to find that one directly in the Docker Hub public. So because of that reason, so we need to build our own custom images. So for building our own custom images, what we need to do, we need to understand first the Dockerfile. So then only we can build our own custom images. That is the concept. Today we are going to see what is a Dockerfile, and we are going to learn how to write a Dockerfile in the real example. Dockerfile is a simple plain text file written in a key value pair format, something like a JSON type of, it will be not JSON purely, like an env file or something like that. It will be something like it's a key value format. So key and the value will be there. It doesn't need any programming language experience, or it doesn't need any logic to understand behind what you have written inside the Dockerfile. So that means, so for writing the Dockerfile, so you don't think that we need to have a programming experience or any some other new programming we need to learn something like that. There is no need. And also by seeing the Dockerfile itself, we can able to understand very easily. Why? Because there will be no logic inside that one also. So it's a key value pair. You can able to understand very easily. Just by looking at the Dockerfile, we can understand what you are trying to do. So by looking at the Dockerfile, we can able to understand what we are trying to do in that Dockerfile. It has all the commands that are needed to build and create a Docker image. So it contains all the commands to build and create a Docker image. Inside the Dockerfile, you will write some parameters. Technically, we call it as in commands. So inside the Dockerfile, what we will write it? I told you, right? It will be a key value pair. So those key value pairs are something like parameters. Technically, we call it as in commands. Those parameters will be used to build the image as per your requirement. And those parameters written in the Dockerfile will be used to build the image as per your requirement. Examples are env, run, maintainer. So these are all the commands which I am parameters which I am trying to tell you. And then you have write, copy, expose, other parameters we will be having. By default, Docker image build command will look for a file names Dockerfile to build the image. So what it will be trying to do it is, so whenever you are trying to build a image, Docker image build, then first it will try to check the file name. So whether the file name is existing or not. So that is nothing but Dockerfile. It should have a name Dockerfile. And it will try to, for example, let's say that you are executing a command Docker image build or Docker build. So let's say that you are using the command Docker image build or Docker build. Now it will search for the Dockerfile in the current directory and also in the subdirectories in a recursive order as well. So whenever you try to run this one, the command will try to search for the Dockerfile. So the Dockerfile name should be something like Dockerfile. It will search for the file with the name as like this Dockerfile. It will search for like this one. So it will try to check whether the Dockerfile is existing or not in the current directory or in the subdirectories, whether it is existing or not. Inside the file, you will write the parameters like env, from, run, maintainer, expose, copy, stop signal. These are all the things you will write. You will use the parameters, etc. Will use it. We can use single manifest to build images for different environments using naming conventions like dockerfile.prod and dockerfile.dev, etc. Why? Because I am trying to tell you. So just similarly, so if you want to have the same image build commands, but you need to use it for a different production environment. So like dev environment and production environment or QA environment. If you want to have the same type of parameters, means you can use this one as dockerfile.prod, dockerfile.dev. Like this we can use it. So this is the best practice. We will be using it. Dockerfile helps to fill the gap of requirement as per application need as per client requirement. So this will fill the gap of requirement as per application need as per client requirement. As per the client requirements, we cannot find the public images as per our records, as per our needs. Then we need to build the image from scratch. Because of that, we should know how to write the Dockerfile. Build the images in real time. We have to use continuous integration tool. So for example, let's say that in your local system, if you build an image, you can manually run the command, something like docker image build, and you can use the manual commands. But in the real time, we need to use a continuous integration tools like GitHub, Azure Code Commit. So we'll be using like Jenkins tools. So these are all the continuous integration tools which we'll be using. So what I am trying to tell you is, so in the real time, so those will be done automatically. So this is the DevOps principle. We cannot do manually in the production environment also. So in the production environment, everything should be done automatically. So for that reason also, we need to have a Docker file. It will give you a series of instructions what to do. Always key would be written in capital letters. And now the parameters, if you try to see, those all the values should be written in capital letters. Let's see what are the parameters we need to write inside the Docker file. So Dockerfile parameters which we will be trying to write, it is the from, maintainer, env, org, run, copy, add, command, work dir or work directory, label, volume, shell, health check, entry point, expose, and last one is the stop signal. So these are all the parameters which we will be using inside the Docker file. So these are the parameters what you have to write inside your Docker file. Let's see in detail one by one in our upcoming videos. So this is not too much complex. Why? Because hardly we have around 16 parameters are there. So if you learn those 16 parameters, it is enough. So you can write a Docker file. Every Docker file, production grade or development grade or any organization or any Docker file, if in any application, if any images, if you try to see, they will write the Docker file using these 16 parameters only. Other than this, they will not write. They will not go further too much into this one. So this is what about the introduction of the Docker file. So in the next video, we will try to learn one by one each one, and we will try to learn it. Hope you understood about this Docker file introduction. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the first parameter, that is nothing but from parameter. We will try to learn about these details about this from parameter. So now the from parameter is the first argument or the first parameter we will be using while creating the Docker file. So always most of the Docker files, if you try to see any images or anything, the Docker file, almost all the files start with from parameter only. Okay. So this will start from parameter. So now normally in the interviews they will ask you a question that while creating a Dockerfile, what is the first parameter you will be using? So from is the first parameter, and also other than from, we will be also using another parameter in the first line, that is nothing but arg. So these are the two things which we will be using. Mostly we will be using from, but also we can also start the Dockerfile by using this arg command also. I will try to explain you what is this one. So in the interviews, when they will ask you that what is the first parameter we will be using while creating the Dockerfile, means from or arg. So arg. So we can use any of these two to start the Dockerfile. So that's it. So creating a Dockerfile from parameter involves specifying the base image. So this from parameter, why we will be using it is to tell about the base image. Okay, base image means so that should be downloaded from the Docker Hub. So any necessary dependencies on configuration settings from the Docker image. So that means what I want to tell you is, for example, let's say that when you are trying to build an image, so you may be having an to download the Ubuntu. Okay, so that means then you need to mention something like from. I need to have the base image as Ubuntu 20.04, something like this. So that means, so the first parameter or the first command will tell that it should download Ubuntu from the Docker Hub. So that is one thing. So you can also adjust based on your specific requirements and all those things, you can do it. So that is one thing. Okay, the from parameter in a Dockerfile is the foundational instruction used to specify the base image for your Docker container. The from instruction sets the base image for the subsequent instructions in the Dockerfile. It must be the first instruction in the Dockerfile. The syntax will be something like from, and you will be mentioning the image name, that is nothing but the Ubuntu which I have mentioned, and if possible, so you can mention the tag name also. Okay. So tag name means that the tag name which we have used it 20.04, so we can also use the latest also. So the image means the name of the image. This can be an official image from the Docker Hub or any custom image, you can use it. And the tag name means an optional tag that specifies a particular version of the image. If no tag is specified, means Docker defaults to the latest tag. That one we have already discussed. So the from instruction establishes the initial file system and the environment for the container. It provides a starting point that includes a specific operating system or the runtime environment. So that is one thing. So now how it will be is, let's try to see. In our code, I will try to explain you. So here this is our code. Okay, and in this one, so what I will try to do it is, so now we are ready to create a custom image. For creating the custom image, first what I will try to do is, I am creating a new directory, that is nothing but custom images. Okay, I am creating, let's go into the custom images, and here in this one, if you try to check, nothing is there available in this one. So now what we need to do in order to create a custom image, first we need to create a Dockerfile. Okay, so I am using the nano editor, or otherwise you can use the VI editor also, whichever is okay for you, you can do it, or otherwise I will try to show you Docker file. So this is the naming convention, we need to use it. And if you try to see here, this is the file, and I will be writing, so here, so insert, I will be doing from, and what we need to do, the base image is Ubuntu and the version is 20.04, whatever the thing. So now I will try to save it, that is nothing but WQ, that's it. So it has been saved. Now if you try to check, the Dockerfile will be available, the Dockerfile. And if you want to check the status in the Dockerfile means, so you will be able to see that is the first instruction or the first command or the first parameter that we have used it. Now this uses Ubuntu 20.04 as the base image, providing a minimal Ubuntu environment. Now let's try to build the image. So for example, for building the image, we will be using Docker image build. And if you don't know what are the things you will providing means, we can go to the help option. And here you will be able to see a lot of options that are available for building the image. So what is the thing we need, it is the last one is nothing but -t, the target. So hyphen tag. So we need to provide a tag name and optional tag, the name. So we need to have a tag. So now what we need to provide, so we need to provide the tag name. So let's go here, and here I will be providing Docker image build. So I need to provide the tag name, that is nothing but target name Ubuntu -demo. And what I want to do it is, so here I'll be providing dot. Dot means the Docker file is available in the current directory. Now if I press enter, automatically it will start building, and now here it is loading the internal data, and here you'll be able to see the from parameter, it has been taken and it has built the thing. So here you'll be able to see from Docker it is taking Ubuntu 20.04 and exporting layers and all those things. Now if you try to check Docker image ls, now you'll be able to see the Ubuntu-demo image is there. So you'll be able to see an Ubuntu-demo image, and the Docker file and the custom image is there. The Docker file is there in that custom images. Now what I will try to do, so let's try to create the container using this one. So if you want to create the container, means how can you create? Docker container run -d, and you can provide the name Ubuntu-container, whatever the name you want, and you need to provide the Ubuntu-demo. So this is the this is the image name which we want to create. Now if I try to create this one, automatically the container has been created. Now if you want to check the Docker container ps-a, now you will be able to see the container ID image, and it has been exited with a 0 status. Exited with a 0 status means the normally container has been exited without any errors. And why it has been error? It's normally a container custom build image, and the command it is running is the bash. So here the bash cannot run in the background service, so that is the reason it has been exited. So we need to provide some more options, that one. So first we have added only the basic only, right? So that is the reason the command it is trying to execute is the bash command, and the bash command does not able to run in the background, so that is the reason it has been exited. So bash command should be always run in the foreground only, so it cannot run in the background. So that is why it has been exited. So this is all about the from parameter in the Docker file. So not only this one, so if you are using a Python, means if you want to use a Python base image, means then you can use something like from here you will be having this one, right? So you can have something like from Python. If you let's say that you are using 3.06 or 3.9, means you can use 3.9 like this. And if you are using Node.js as a base image, means then you can use something like from Node.js or a Node 14, you can use it like this. So like this you will be using. So in the conclusion, what I want to do is the from instruction is very critical in Docker files because it defines the initial environment and file system for the container. It ensures the consistency, leverages the existing optimized environment, and enables efficient image builds by providing a solid foundation upon which additional layers can be built. So this is all about the from parameter. In the next video we will try to see other parameters like run and maintainer, like that. Hope you understood about this from parameter. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the another parameter, that is maintainer. So the maintainer instruction in a Docker file is used to specify the author or maintainer of the Docker image. It typically includes the name and email address of the person or team responsible for creating and maintaining the image. I will try to open the notepad. Let's try to. So this is the file. So the maintainer. So here we are trying to learn about the maintainer. And this one is the command which is responsible for which includes the name followed by email address. Okay. So the syntax for this one is maintainer, and you will be providing the name followed by space and email address. So this is the syntax for this one. So now for example, let's say that the code snippet is, so here how it will be, so the same thing you can have it. Instead of having the name, here I can write, let's say Leela WebDev, and if you want to have any email ID, you can mention it in the square bracket. That is nothing but leelawebdev@gmail.com. So like this you will be having. So like this you need to mention. So now important considerations you need to consider is, actually this maintainer parameter is deprecated. So this maintainer instruction has been deprecated since Docker version 1.13. It is recommended to use the label instruction instead of using the maintainer. So it is recommended to use the label instruction. I will try to show you this label instruction. but to provide the maintainer information. Instead, label instruction instead to provide the maintainer information. Labels versus alternative. Labels provide a more flexible way to add the metadata to the Docker images. So like this, why? Because of the reason. So labels provide a more flexible to add metadata to the Docker images. So that is the reason maintainer has been deprecated. So now if you want to check the view the maintainer information, means you can use the docker inspect command and image name, then you can able to see the maintainer information of a image using this docker inspect command. So if you try to inspect docker inspect, if you use this command docker inspect and the image name, if you provide it, then you will be able to see the image maintainer information. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. And another one which I want to tell you is the key points is the maintainer instruction is purely informational and does not affect the build or runtime behavior of the Docker image. So this maintainer is purely, it will provide the information only. So it provides, it doesn't have any effect with the build or runtime behavior of the Docker image. And placement, it is conventionally placed after the from instruction in the Dockerfile. So where it will be placed is, it will be placed after the from instruction. And multiple maintainers. So for example, let's say that if there are multiple maintainers, so if, for example, if the Docker image is developed by multiple users, means then you can use multiple label instructions or combine the information in a single label using a suitable format. So that is the reason. So if you are having a multiple means, so you will not be able to add it easily, right? So that is the reason maintainer is deprecated and label has been introduced. So you can use the label instruction or combine the information in a single label instruction to implement the multiple maintainers. So that is all about the maintainer. So now let's try to see about how we can implement this maintainer thing. Now if you go here and here, if I try to write it, so this is our Docker file, right? So VM, we are having Docker file. I am opening this one. So in the I am writing maintainer. So maintainer, okay, Leela webdev, and here I will be writing leelawebdev@gmail.com. Okay. So like this we need to write it. If you want, you can mention it as in double quotes also, not a problem. So you can mention this all the things in a double quotes also, it's not a problem. So that's it. So now if I try to do WQ, and now let's try to build the image. So how we can build the image? Docker image build -t, we are giving the tag name ubuntu-demo, and the dot means the current build directory, the Docker file will be found. So now if I press enter, now it will try to build the image. Now it is building the image and finished. So if you want to check it, means docker image ls, and you will be able to see a none. None means nothing but these are called as an untagged images. Now when we try to build the same image, means so the previous image will be untagged and another new image will be built and the tag will be assigned to this one. So that is the reason you will be able to see none. So these are called as an untagged images. Now if you want to check docker inspect ubuntu-demo, right? Docker in ubuntu-demo, and here somewhere you will be able to see the maintainer information. So somewhere you will be able to see, yeah, here you will be able to see other leelawebdev@gmail.com. So this is how you will be able to see, and the double quotes has been added to this one. So if you don't want, means so we can remove the double quotes. Okay, so I can remove the double quotes. So now it will be clear, I think. So there is no need to mention, and again we need to, oh sorry, so now still we will be able to see. So why? Because so we need to build the image. So I am building the image. Now if I build the image, now you will be able to see it has been built, and now the cache is there. So if I want to inspect this one, so now here you will be able to see the other. Now you will be able to see in a correct format. So this is the usage of the maintainer thing. So the maintainer is deprecated. One thing you need to understand, the maintainer is deprecated, and if you want to implement the multiple maintainers, means as usual I have told you that, so you can use the label instruction. So if you want to know more details about this one, means so what you can do it is, so you can search in the Google or somewhere else. So I will try to show you. So Dockerfile reference you can have, Dockerfile reference, and here you will be able to find all the references and all those things. I will try to open this one. So here these are all the Dockerfile instructions which we are trying to learn. We will try to learn one by one, and we are able to see a maintainer here. So when you click on this maintainer, and here you will be able to see the maintainer and the name. Maintainer instruction sets the author field of the generated images. The label instruction is a much more flexible version of this, and you should use it instead, as it enables setting any metadata you require and can be viewed easily. For example, Docker inspect, so that one we have seen it, right? To set a label corresponding to the maintainer. So instead of using the maintainer where they are telling that it is deprecated, right? So so here you can also use with the label. I will try to explain you so how we can use this label and all those things. So this is all about the maintainer, which is a deprecated one. So just I am trying to explain you that it is still existing. So that's it guys about the maintainer concept. In the next video we will try to learn about the run command, that nothing but run instruction. So we'll try to see how the run instruction we will be able to implement. So that's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, as usual, so if you have any doubts, so please post the comments below to this video. I will try to give the reply. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. And if you have any doubts or anything, so let me know in the comments. I will try to give the reply this one all. And also the Docker thing, and we have completed almost 30-35 videos we have did it. And also we are also doing the shorts and all the things. If anybody is interested, means you can check my shorts also. So that's it guys about this one. So thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will learn about the another important instruction, that is nothing but run instruction in the Dockerfile. So we have learned what are the things. So if you try to check in our Dockerfile, so now we have learned about the from parameter or the instruction, and the maintainer parameter also we have learned. And the another one which we need to learn is the run command. So the run command in a Dockerfile is used to execute the commands in the containers environment during the image build process. It is typically used to install software packages, set up configuration files, and perform other necessary steps to prepare the containers file system. So I will try to explain you about the basic syntax of this one. So if I try to open the notepad, okay, I will try to open this notepad. So the syntax for this one is run, and also it will be having the command. So this is the basic syntax of this run command. So examples will be something like, let's say that, so here you will be having from Ubuntu 20.04 or something like that you will use, or otherwise you can use the latest also, it's not a problem. And if you want to run the update, means you can use run apt-get update. So this is the command which we are trying to run it, and this is the run command. So normally if you try to see, so there are two forms in this one. So for example, let's say that one second. So there are two forms writing in this run command. So run command, so two forms will be there, and that means two ways we can write the command. So the one is the shell form, and another one is the executable format, or exec form you can say it. So these are the two ways in which we can write the run command. So the command is executed in a shell. So the shell form means the command will be executed in a shell. So here the command will be in such a way that run echo, you can use the hello world. Okay, so like this you can do it. And this command, so what it will try to do is, this command echo hello world is the command, it will be executed in a normal shell. So that is a basic shell. And another format is the executable format. So the same command you can write it in exec form also. So there is nothing but it will be something like a square brackets, and here echo you can write it, the first one is the command and the second followed by the parameters. There is nothing but hello world, that's it. So this is thing. And now for example, let's say that in our shell format, if you are having run apt-get update, means, so apt-get is the command, update is the option we are trying to send it. So in the exec format, if you run it means exec, okay, run, sorry not exec, square bracket apt-get and also the update. Okay, so this is how we will be writing it. So the exec form is the preferred when the command includes a JSON array format, or as it avoids shell string processing. So that is one thing. So conclusion, what I want to tell you is the run command is the most powerful feature in the Dockerfile that allows you to execute commands and install software within your Docker images. Proper use of this run can help create efficient, well organized and smaller Docker images, improving both build times and runtime performance. So that is one thing which I want to tell you. And you can run, so the two things I have told you, right? So one is the exec format and also the shell format. For example, let's say that you are running this one, right? So if your example, let's say that you don't want this one to run in normal shell, I want to run this command in a bash shell. If you want to run this one in a bash shell means, then you need to write /bin/bash -c, and you can write here the command, you can write it. So here you can write the command, here you can write the command echo hello world, or otherwise you can write something like apt-get update. So this is the command, you can write it. This one command will be executed in the bash shell, and this command will be executed in a normal shell. So these are the differences between these two. So hope you understood about this concept. Let's try to see the practical implementation of this one. So now I am going to the practical implementation of this one. So first I want to execute the run command. So here what we are trying to do, here we have created our Ubuntu image, and now I want to run the apt-get update. So you can write apt-update or otherwise apt-get update also. So first I will try to write it in a normal shell. So run apt-get update. So this is the command I am using. So that's it. So you can exit and you can run the, so if you try to check the docker image ls, so I want to so here if you try to see, so these are all the images we are having, right? None and none, these are all untagged images. For example, let's say that you are having 2 untagged images. Now I will try to build the command. So docker inspect ubuntu, not inspect, docker image build, right? So where can you find, yeah, ubuntu -demo. So now if I try to press enter, so let's try to press enter. Now it is trying to build the, so now here it is trying to build. So step 1 of 2 is completed and it is extracting, and it will try to do step 2, it will try to execute. That is nothing but what I wanted is, so it is extracting step 2. Step 2 is run apt-get up. Now it is executing the apt-get update also. So it will take some time. So now the image will be built. So the layers will be, so these are the 2 layers which you will be having. Now it's finished. So now if you try to check docker image ls, now here 3 untagged, previously there are 2 untagged images, now there are 3 untagged images. Now how you are getting this third untagged image is, so right now we are having ubuntu-demo latest, right? So when we are building a new image, so this ubuntu existing one will be gone into a untagged, and new ubuntu demo will be created and the latest tag will be attached to this image. Why? Because so we have changed the configuration for this one. So that means the previous configuration has been removed. So these are called as an untagged images, and this one new tag has been assigned to this one. So this is how we will be building. And now let's go build the let's check this one. So this is one command which we have executed, right? So this one is nothing but normal shell format. If I want to write in exec format, how it will try to do it is run apt, okay, why it is coming like that, okay, run square bracket, okay, apt-get. So this time I will be taking -y, I will take -y, that means all s I am trying to press it. So I am using all s -y, and I will try to do the upgrade, okay, I will try to do the upgrade option. Now if I try to do control WQ, and if you try to run it again, so now if you try to check, so now the image will be built. So here it is trying to get from the cache and it is reading the packages list. Now it is trying to do the -y upgrade. So now it is exporting and all those things it is doing. For example, if you don't want to read the data from the cache means, then what you can do it is, you can use an option -no cache. Now all the time it will build the image from scratch onwards. So it will not take from the cache. So this one, the image is taken from the cache, but this apt-update, now it is running again. If you mention it no cache, all the time it will run it apt-get update. Here it hasn't run. So why? Because apt-get update has cached, but here this is not cached, it is running. So whenever you want to know cache means, so you don't want to get the data from the cache means, you can use this option -no cache. This is one thing. And now this one is built. Now another one what I want to tell you is, so now let's go on to the Dockerfile. and here we have written another format, right? So I want to execute in a bash shell, so I don't want to execute, so I want to execute in a bash shell. So here I can write run /bin/bash. Okay, sorry, the command is wrong. /bin/bash, sorry, you should write it like this, sorry. Okay, /. -c is the command, so followed by -c command, and you need to write the command in the double quotes here, apt-get -y dist-upgrade. So what is the difference between this upgrade and the dist upgrade is, dist upgrade what it will try to do is, so when it is trying to install a dependency and that dependency will have another dependency, means that dependency also will be downloaded into our system, whereas the upgrade will install only that dependency. So that is the difference between these two. Major difference is that one only. So here I am trying to do it, and let's build this one with no cache. Now all the steps will be performed. Step 2/4 run apt-update is running, and the next one is step 2/4, step 3/4 is upgrade, and the last one is the dist-upgrade. So it will try to do it. So here -get -y upgrade it is doing. So 3/4 is also running, and 4/4 bin/ it is trying to execute this in the bin/, and the command it is executing, and now exporting to the layer, and Ubuntu image has been formed. So this is what about the run command. So run command is used to execute the commands in the Dockerfile or the Docker image. So we will be using to execute the commands. Hope you understood about this run command, the different forms how we can write this run command. So one is the normal shell format, another one is the exec format, and if you want to use a particular shell means bash shell means, then the bash shell format also I have shown you. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. In this video we will learn about the another important parameter, that is nothing but label parameter. So it's not an important thing, label instruction will try to. So what is the use of this label? So this is used to add the metadata to the image. So metadata means nothing but what I can tell you is like adding a order, and these all the things comes under the metadata. So what can I tell about this one is, so label is a way to add a metadata to a Docker image. To the image means, then you will get confused, to the Docker image. This metadata can include information such as, so I will try to tell you, so information such as author, okay, and the version of the application inside the image, and the description of the image, or any other relevant data that can be useful for managing, organizing and finding the Docker images. So something like this. So for these situations we will be using this label thing. Okay, this is one thing you need to understand. And the supporting format, or it supports the key value format. Okay, it supports the key value format. So something like key is equal to the format or the data or the value you will need to give. Okay, so this is the thing you will be trying to give. And the another one which I want to tell you about this one is, so here another one is, let's try to, so we can also declare the value or the label value. We can also declare the label value in a single line or a multi-line. Okay, so I will try to show you this one. This one you can mention the label value in a single line or a multi-line in a Dockerfile. So in a Dockerfile you can mention it either in a single line or in a multi-line. I will try to tell you. And we have learned about the maintainer key, right, or the maintainer instruction or the maintainer command or the parameter, whichever it may be. So this one I have told you that this is deprecated. So this one is deprecated. So we need to use the label instead of maintainer. Okay, so these are the things which I want to tell you. So what I am trying to tell you, the label is used to add the metadata to the Docker image, and it will be trying to give you something like author, version, description, these are all the things, or any other relevant data if you want to add it means. So we will be using the label. So the syntax for this one is, which will looks like label. So these all should be in capital letters, and the key one is equal to value 1, like this you will be having. And you can have another one something like label key 1 key 2 is equal to value 2. You can give it like this. And if you want to mention, so these are multi, so something like so multi-line you are trying to do it, right? In a single line, if you want to mention it, means say label, and you can take this key 1, value 1, okay, and you need to give a space, and you can mention it key 2, value 2. So like this you need to mention. So this is how we can mention the label. So what is the purpose of this one? So first one is, the label purpose is documentation. It provides the details about the image, such as its purpose, version and author. Organization, next one, helps categorize and search for images using labels as filters. So if you are having so many Docker images in your system, means then if you want to search the Docker image using the label as a filter, means you can do it. And automation, label can be used in automated systems for deployment, monitoring or maintenance. That is one thing. So best practices is, so the label best practice. So now we have understood about this one. So the label best practices which we need to use it. Okay. First one is consistent naming. So use a consistent naming convention for keys to make it easier to manage and search labels in the images. Avoid sensitive data. So this is one more important thing. In label we should not add the sensitive data. Okay. So sensitive data should not be added. Why? Because sensitive data, something like do not store the sensitive information in labels as they are easily accessible, like MySQL password. So these are something will be there, right? So we should not add the sensitive data in the label. Why? Because so this label will be automatically committed to the GitHub. The Dockerfile will be automatic. So when somebody opens the Dockerfile, means so they can able to see the sensitive data. So this is one thing. Okay, same thing comes under the env also, which we'll try to learn in the next videos. Follow conventions. If applicable, follow common conventions such as those suggested by the Open Container Initiative, OCI. So whatever the Open Container Initiative suggests us, what naming conventions and the conventions, whatever it may be, common conventions, we should follow that one. So that's a different thing. So just I'm telling you, these are the best practices. So whatever the name you want, you can keep it. There is nothing but. So if you want to check the labels that has been added for a image, means so you can use the Docker inspect and you can check the images. Okay. So by using label, you can make your Docker images more informative and easier to manage, especially in environments with many images or automated deployment process. So this is all about the concept of the label. Now what I will try to say is, so let's try to see the practical implementation of this one. So how we can add the label to a Docker image. So here I have opened already. So this is our Docker image. So right. So this is our code which we have written. And if you try to check it here, insert. So this is the maintainer which I have already told you that I have that it is deprecated, right? So let's try to comment this one. So in the Docker file, if you want to comment a file, means so you need to use the hash. Now I will be using the label. Okay. So label, and what I can tell it is, so version. So the version which I will be using is the 1.0. So whatever the version you want, you can use it. So just I am trying to add a labels to this one. So it's nothing but a metadata. So label version is equal to 1.0, and you can add the label authors. So you can have multiple authors also, you can do it. And here I will add Leela webdev, and here Leela webdev @gmail.com. Okay. And you can have a label description also, you can do it. Description. Okay. So this is the description of the image. So you can have it like this. So these are all the labels. Now I am exiting. So I will try to build the image. So where is the building image? Yeah. So Docker image build -- no cache. So I am removing the cache. So now Ubuntu demo dot means the current directory, the Docker file is situated. So now if I press enter, so now it is trying to build the image. Okay. So let it build the image. So we got some issue. Okay. So the spelling, the upgrade spelling mistake is wrong. So like this, if you have any issues, so we can able to check. So here I will go into this one. So insert and remove this E, and let's go save and do the build thing again. So we can do it like this. So now the build has been successfully completed. The image has been built. If you want to check the image details, means so here you can check Ubuntu-demo, and if you want to inspect the Docker, inspect Ubuntu-latest, and if you try to check here labels, so this is the labels. Okay. Authors, so here I am able to check the authors. description, this is the description of the image. So open container, this one is automatically added by the image itself, and the version. So these are all the labels which we are able to see. Now here I am going out. Okay, so now the custom images we have seen it, the labels we have seen it. Now I will try to show you another situation, that is nothing but, so let's open this one. So we can add all these labels in a single line also. These are all multi lines, right? So I will try to show you how we can add these all in a single lines. Now I am removing this others, okay, space, and I am removing this description also, okay, space. So this is how we will be adding the labels in a single line. So we have added the multiple things and description of the image in a single line. So here I can able to write this one is a single line, okay, single line label. So just I have added description. Now I will try to double Q it. Now let's build the image again. So where is the build? Yeah, I am building the image again. So it is building it, and now if I want to inspect the image, so let's inspect the image, and here you will be able to see this is the description of the image in single line and Leela WebDev. So everything is coming as normal. So as expected, we are able to see the output. Now before closing this one, so I want to tell you about another thing. So now the label, the line is becoming very long, right? So you can also mention this one in a multi-line also. So if I want to mention this one in multi-line, so let's go to the insert, let's go to the label. So if I want to mention in multiple lines means, so here multiple lines means, so then I can use like this space and I can press enter, okay. And here if I want to get it means, so here I can use this and I can press enter. So this is multi-line. Now if I try to do it and again build the image, so not a problem. So it will build the image, and now if I try to check the output via Dockerfile, sorry. So I will try to show you that multiple lines, right? This one is multiple line, okay. So we need to keep slash and we can write it in the second line. So that is what I want to tell you. And now if you try to check the image, I will build the image again. So image is built, and if you want to inspect the element, where is the inspect? Yeah, and now here you will be able to see the labels are coming as usual, so as normal how we have written in the previous. But right now we have implemented this one in Dockerfile with a label, and these all things we have implemented. So this is what we need to understand. So this is how we will be implementing this label thing. So hope you understood about this concept. Fine, right? So this is all about the label thing. In the next video you will learn about the env format also. What is this env parameter and why we use this env parameter. Hope you understood this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will learn about the another important instruction, that is env parameter. So let's try to learn about this env parameter. I will try to explain you the details of this one. Let's open the notepad, and here so we are learning about the env parameter, right? So now env parameter, what is the usage of this env parameter? So the env instruction in a Dockerfile is used to set environment variables in a Docker container. Here understand that. So it is used to set the environment variables in Docker container, okay, not Docker image, in Docker container. So when you are trying to create a container using that particular image, so whatever the environment variables you are trying to give in that image, so those will be used in the Docker container. And environment variables are something like key value pair only. So these are also key value pairs only that can influence the behavior of applications running inside the container. So this can affect the behavior of the applications that are running inside the container. So the env instruction sets the environment variable key to the value of value. The syntax is something like, you can tell env space key is equal to value. So this is the instruction. Now the usage, how we will be using it, I will try to explain you. So that is the best. So now the best practices is always keep the environment variables descriptive. Okay, so these are always we need to best practices keep environment variables descriptive. Okay, so keep these as descriptive. And the another one is Set default values for environment variables. So you need to set the default values for the environment variables in the Dockerfile to ensure that the container can run with reasonable defaults, and minimize the sensitive information. So we should avoid the storing of the sensitive information. So here we should minimize the sensitive information means, so I need to avoid storing sensitive information like passwords, API, secrets, tokens directly in the Dockerfile. Using Docker secrets or environment variables files for secure storage. And consistency. Maintain consistency in naming conventions for environment variable to avoid confusion and errors. So that is one thing. Scope. So they limit the scope of the environment variables to the containers that need them. Avoid setting global environment variables unnecessarily. I will try to show you that unnecessarily global thing also. So that is one thing. And the advantages of using this environment variable. First one is configuration flexibility. So what is this configuration flexibility? Environment variables provide a flexible way to configure the behavior of applications and services inside the container. And the another one is the advantage is separation of the configuration and the code. By using environment variables, you can separate configuration from code, making the same image reusable in different environments, development, staging and production. And the ease of updates. Okay. So changing environment variables is simpler and doesn't require modifying the Docker image. You can override the variables at runtime using the Docker run -e option. I will try to show you that overriding also. And consistency across the environments. Ensure that applications behave consistently across different environments by using the same set of environment variables. So consistency, this one. And the last one is the disadvantages. So what is the disadvantages of using this one? Environment variables are only scoped to the container and cannot be shared across the multiple containers directly. So environment variables we cannot share to between the multiple containers directly. While running a container, you can override the environment variable defined in the Dockerfile. So that is one thing which I want to tell you. And another one is the complexity. Okay. So next one is the complexity. Managing a large number of environment variables can become complex and error prone, especially if not well documented. And security risk. Storing sensitive data like passwords or tokens in the environment variables can be a security risk if the Docker image or container configuration is exposed. So we should not save the sensitive information. That is the final thing. So in the env variable also, and then the label instructions also, we cannot store the sensitive information like passwords, tokens or anything. Why? Because we will commit that one in the GitHub repository or something like that. Means the Docker file is exposed to the public, so he can able to see the secure information and the sensitive information and all those things. So this is all about the env what I want to say is instruction. So let's try to see the practical implementation of this one. So here this is our thing, and let's go to the custom images, and I am opening the Dockerfile. Okay, and this is our code, and here I am using all the labels, right? So here I will try to run the code. Okay, insert, and here I am trying to set the env. So env, I will try to set MySQL _root _password. Okay, so just I am trying to do it, test 1 2 3. So we should not store the sensitive information, just I am trying to show you. And here I am trying to install another one, that is nothing but apt-get install -y nginx. Okay, and these all things will be doing. So here I am writing some command options, so no need to worry, I will explain you afterwards. So here I will be writing nginx -g. I will explain you this one in our upcoming videos. So remove this one, so don't forget about this one, daemon off. Okay, and here I am setting the environment variable, that is nothing but MySQL _root _password. So now let's try to save this one and build this one. Okay, so I am building this one, so let's wait for some time so that it can build. So environment variables is getting built, and it will take some time. So installing nginx and all those things will take some time, so let it install. And after installing this nginx and all those things, let's see what could be the let's try to create a container and see that whether we can able to access the environment variables in the container or not. And it is installing the nginx also. Let it install. It may take some time depending on the internet connection. So now the image is finished. So now if you try to check the docker image ls, and here you will be able to see the ubuntu-demo, that is the latest one. So let's try to create a container using this ubuntu docker command run. So here docker container run, and I am running in the detached mode, and I am giving the name is equal to ubuntu container 1, and I will be giving the ubuntu-demo. That's it. So let's try to create a container. Now the container has been created, docker container ps. Now you will be able to see that is the container, it is running up and 3 seconds ago. Now if you try to check the env variables in that container, docker exec -ti and ubuntu-demo container 1, sorry, and I want to execute the command env. Let's try to see it. So now here you will be able to see MySQL root_password is available in the container. See, now you need to understand that these env variables are persistent. So that means even the container is stopped also and restarted again, this password will, this env variable will be existing. Now for example, let's say that docker container stop ubuntu-container 1, I have stopped it. So now I rerun this one again. So I am rerunning this one again. Okay. Now I will try to execute the same command. Now see, we are able to see the same password, it is there. So now another one, what I want to tell you is, another one is, so we can override this environment variable that is coming from the image. So I will try to start another container. Let's try to use the same command. Where is that command? Yeah. And here I will use -e MySQL_root_password. Okay. And here spelling mistake. So here this is the thing, and I will give here something like Leela 123. Okay. So this is the password, and if you want you can add another one also, something like name is equal to leelawebdev. So if you want you can add some more environment variable also, -name ubuntu container 2. I am using the 2, and let's try to create it. Unable to find the container 2, latest container -2. Okay, -name. Okay, so space, and let's create it. So now it will create. So the container has been created. Now let's try to check whether the container is there or not. So here the container is also there. So now let's try to check the environment variables whether it is existing or not. 2. Now you will be able to see the MySQL root_password is Leela123, and also another environment variable is also available, that is nothing but name is equal to leelawebdev. So this is one way how we can execute, how we can override the environment variables that are directly coming from the image. Now let's say that we have also another type of thing, that in the image we will be trying to use some what I want to tell you is some environment variables. For example, let's say that you have a Docker image and you want to use that environment variable in the Docker image only, and when it comes to the container it should not exist. So then we should write in a different way. So for example, let's say that Docker file, let's try to go to the Docker file. Okay, let's say that, so this is one thing, right? And here I want to execute something like env Debian_frontend. Okay, so this is thing, no interactive. Okay, no interactive. So this is the value I want to use it. Now this variable should be existing in this Docker image build only, it should not come to the container. Now if I try to build this one, let's try to go here and build the image. Okay, now if I try to build the image, so it will build without any problem, and also the environment Debian_front also will be existing. Now if I try to create a container using this latest image, now what will happen, the container also will have an environment variable that is nothing but Debian_frontend. Let's try to see it after building. Let's try to see, it is taking some time to create the layers. So let it create the layers, so it may take some time. See, all the steps has been completed, 2 by 4, 3 by 4, 4 by 4, 1 by 4. So all the steps has been completed. Now what I want to tell you is, so this one is created, right? So now if I try to go here, env variable Debian frontend is there. So now what I want to do it is, I want to create a container, Docker. So same thing, Docker container run, and I will give these all the things, and here I will change the container name and ubuntu-demo. Fine. So let's try to create this container. Okay. Now if I try to execute the command, okay, so this one, and if you try to see Debian underscore frontend, this environment variable is also existing in this Ubuntu thing, which I don't want this one to be existing globally. So in that scenario, what I want to do it is, so here in our Dockerfile, instead of using this env variable here, so where you want this one, so when we are trying to run these commands, I don't want this environment variable. So then what I need to do here, okay, so what I need to do here, so here I need to do it here, and I need to run the application like this. Now Debian underscore frontend will be interactive, and this is the env variable that will be set. Now if you try to save it, and here if you try to now if I try to build the file, that is nothing but the latest Docker image. So it will take some time to build depending on the internet connection. The layers are creating. Okay, now the layers are created. Now what I want to do it is, I will create a container this time. So let's try to create the container, and this time I will give container -4. So many containers we have created. Now let's see whether we can able to see the Debian frontend or not. Now this time see, now we are not able to see the Debian frontend. So now that is existing in that image level only. So that is how we will be writing the env variable. So just remember that we will be using the environment variables in order to make the container access. In order to container to make use of this environment variables. So in order to define change the behavior of the application in the container, so we will be using this environment variables. So that's it guys about this env instruction. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the another instruction or the parameter, that is nothing but arg instruction. So the arg instruction in the Dockerfile is used to define the build time variables. So here you need to understand that env is used for runtime variables, and arg is used to build the build time variables. Sorry, that one is runtime and this one is build time. So here I will try to show you with Notepad++. Let's open it. And I will try to open this one, right? And this env is completed. So now we are learning about the arg. So arg is used to define build time variables. Okay, so this is used to be build time variables. Now these variables can be passed to the Docker build process via the Docker build command. So when you are trying to do this Docker build command, and when it is trying to build, so Docker build command means, so there is nothing but Docker image build command. So when we are trying to do this Docker image build process, in this build process, these arg variables will be passed to the commands. So that is what it is trying to say. They differ from environment variables because, so environment variables and env and arg are both different. Why? Because these are available during the build process and not in the running container. And these one will be available only during the build process. And these environment variable will be available only in the when running the container. This is the difference between these two. And what is the syntax for this one is same thing, just like the env how it is having. So in the same scenario you will be having arg key is equal to value. So same thing like this. So that is what. So name is nothing but the name of the argument, and the value means nothing but optional default value for the argument. So that's it about this one. So now another thing which I want to tell you about this arg is, okay, so I want to tell arg is, so this is the another parameter, or this is the only parameter which we can use before the from. So starting of the Dockerfile. So the starting of the Dockerfile, as I already told you that, so what we will be using, we will be using the from, right? So starting of the Dockerfile we will be using from, and this is the only parameter, arg is the only parameter which we can use before from, okay, or starting of the Dockerfile we can use this one. So that means we can start the Dockerfile or we can create the Dockerfile using only two parameters or two instructions, that is from, either from or arg. So using these both instructions only we can start the Dockerfile. Other instructions we cannot use at the starting of the file. So that is one thing. And we can use the multiple args in the Dockerfile. So there is no problem. So just arg is nothing but a variable which we can use it during the build time process only. And environment is the variables which we can use it in the runtime environment. So we can define and we can use multiple arg instructions in a Dockerfile. Okay. So that is one thing. And another one what I want to do it is, for example, if you want to make this arg available in the container, means then we need to use it to set in the environment variables. So we need to set this arg in the environment variable. For example, let's say that I am having an arg version is equal to 1.0. So if I want to use this version in the container, means then I need to use the env variable and I can use the version and I need to use it arg here. So how can I use the arg variable here, means so we need to use dollar of something like version. Okay, so this variable represents the argument. So this is how we will be referencing the argument variable. So this is what I want to tell you. So this is another thing. So the best practices for this one is, the best practices we need to learn first before starting. The best practices for this one is use arg for build time variables and env for runtime variables. So that is one thing. Provide default values for arg to make the Dockerfile more predictable. Use meaningful names for arg to improve the readability and maintainability. That is one thing. And the limitations for this one is arg values are not persisted in the final image and cannot be used after the build stage. So this is one thing, limitations you need to do. So after the build everything is completed. So if you want to use this arg variable, means we cannot use it. Arg values are not persisted. Env values are persisted. So you cannot able to get these arg values in the final image and cannot be used after the build stage. So when the build is completed, we cannot use it. Only arg values, so this is also one thing, only arg values defined before the first from instructions can be used in from instruction. So you can, so if any arg values are that are defined after the from instruction, means you cannot use those arg values. So only the arg values you have defined before the from instruction only we can able to use it. So that's one thing. By understanding and using the arg instruction effectively, you can create flexible and customizable Docker files that can adapt to different build environments and requirements. So now let's try to see the basic thing in a practical. This is all about the theoretical session and I will try to tell you about the practical session. For example, let's say that let's go to our mobile XTOM and here this is our Docker file. And if I want to declare the label, means so how can I use it is, for example, let's say that here, okay. So if you want to mention the arg, means arg version is equal to 20.04, let's say, okay. And here directly I can use this one, dollar of version directly. So this is the arg, I can use it. So now only this variable only I can use it in the from. Why? Because it is defined before the from. And if I have any variable other than version, so if it is defined after the from, means I cannot use that variable. So that means I cannot use this version after the from. So now if I want to use this 20.04, now let's say that I want to Nginx, I want to install particular version. Let's say so maybe the Nginx version will not be available, but I will try to do it. So is equal to dollar of version. Okay, so that means I want to install Nginx version of something like 20.04, which may not be available. So let's try to see. And the another one which I want to tell you is, so here, so I can show that whether it is available or not. Echo, run echo, the version of the argument is dollar of version. I am trying to show you. Okay. Now let's try to see. Let's try to build the image. So let's try to build the image. Yeah, this is the image we are trying to build it, right? Let's build it. So it will take some time. So here you will be able to see that it is taking Ubuntu 20.04. That is nothing but it is taking from the argument version. And here it is trying to run Nginx is equal to dollar version so which it is not able to it is trying to execute it, but here it will throw you error. See, I am unable to find Nginx, that is version nothing but 20.04, something like that. Maybe if it is available means it will download it. So just it is showing the command, that's it. So I will try to show you that run echo version also, so that you can able to understand it very easily. So it is trying to do it. Let it take some time. So now here it is throwing the error. So what is the issue? So let's try to open the file again. Let's try to see it. So org version we have implemented, and we are trying to check this version, and here we are able to see this one. Let's try to see it. So let's try to delete this version, and we will see. What I will try to do it is, I will try to comment out this one. So why? Because it is taking too much time. So now let's try to see the version. We are able to get the version or not, dollar version, and this is the version we are able to see it. So hopefully everything is fine, and let's try to run again. Okay, now if I try to run this one, let's see. So now it's take from the cache, and it is taking the echo. The version of the argument is dollar version. So it is not telling the version number. What could be the reason for this one? Let's see again. So here the issue we are experiencing is because Docker arguments are scoped differently from the environment variables. So now here the arg values can be used to parameterize the build process. They are not available during runtime unless explicitly passed as an environment variables or directly referenced during the build. So if it is referenced during the build, then we will be able to get it. But these are all running in the runtime, they are running it, right? So that's why these arguments are not available. So now if you want to make this version available means, then we need to make it in the available in the environment variables. So that means here we need to use env. Okay. So these are all running inside the container. So that is the reason. So what it will try to do it is, so here it will try to inside the image for it will be running it, right? So after build process is completed, it will be doing it. So now for example, let's say that here if you want to use it, then what we need to do it is, so here you can do it version. Okay, so I can use it something like version is equal to dollar of version. Okay, so now I am placing it this one. So now here I can use this automatically in this one. So here I can use it automatically in this one. So like this. So if you want to use this one, then we need to do it like this. Okay, now if I close it and if I try to run this one, now hopefully we will be able to get that echo version argument. The version of the argument is, so we are getting it as an empty. Let's try to check it. Okay, so vi Dockerfile, let's try to see it. So so here the build process is already completed, right? So what we can do it is env version is equal to dollar of version. So here we are able to get it. Env version is equal to dollar of version. So that is the thing we have used it. So I think the build process is already completed right here. So the arg variable, maybe it will not be available. So then after the build process is complete, if you want to define any other argument means, so then it will be, so we need to define another arg. So something like, let's say that I will use here arg. Okay, I will try to show you the scenario. So Leela is equal to, let's say leelawebdev. So this is the argument we are having. Now we can use this argument here. So now the build process is not yet completed. So here we can use the Leela here. Now if you try to check the same thing, so this is the way, little bit of tricky, the argument thing. So here this is the way, actually this now the echo version you will be able to see the version of the argument is leelawebdev. Now the arg value we are able to get it. Now if you want to use this arg values in the environment variable means, so what you can do it is, so here you can store this variable, okay, in the env. So here I can show env Leela is equal to dollar of Leela. So now I am passing these arguments to the environment variables. Now if you build this one, okay, so build this one. So let's try to build this one. So now it is built. So it is done. Now I want to create a container. Docker container run -d -name Ubuntu, okay, org, and I will use Ubuntu -demo. That's all right. So let's try to run it. This one. So automatically daemon failed to create. Why it has been clear? Error response daemon failed. Okay. It is trying to get the Nginx. We haven't written the Nginx, right? So let's try to enable this one. We have stopped this one, and I will try to remove this version also. You don't need this version. Let's try to remove this version also, Nginx. Okay, and let's try to run it before doing this one all. So let's try to run it. So it may take some time. So now the build is done. So if you try to run the container. So now daemon Ubuntu org already. Okay, Ubuntu org 1 we will try to do it. So now I am creating another one. So now the container has been created. So now what I want to do, so docker exec, I want to show you the -ti environment variables. So Ubuntu -org1, okay, and I want to know the environment variables. Now here you will be able to see the Leela is equal to leelawebdev. So the org variable which we have created, the org same org I have assigned to the environment variables. Now it is able to assign it. So that means the args also we can use it in the environment variables. So just you need to understand that the args will be available only during the build process. After the build process completed, the args available will not the args will not be available. So there at the first the arg has been declared, and we are building from Ubuntu means it is building. That arg will be useful up to there only. Then afterwards we need to create another arg and everything, and those args will be useful. So when the build process is completed, those args will be finished. So we can have different build process like that, and we can do it. So that is what I want to tell you. So this is how the args will work. So hope you understood about these args in the Dockerfile. So the args is only used during the build process, and env will be used during the running of the container runtime process. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the another instruction or the parameter that is nothing but expose. So what is this expose parameter? Let's try to see about this one. The expose instruction is a Dockerfile directive. We can say it is a Dockerfile directive or instruction, anything you can say. Use it to declare which ports an application running within a container might listen on. So for example, let's say that you are having an Nginx container. Okay, so Nginx container is a port which you will be trying to have, and you know that, okay, and you know that what you will be having, the Nginx container will listen to the default port 80, and you will be trying to tell when you are trying to build a custom build. So you are trying to tell that what is the port it is trying to listen. So you can try it as expose 80. So like this you will mention. So that means, so it will try to declare which ports an application running within a container might listen on. So you will be thinking that these are the ports need to be open. So these are the ports that the application will try to listen. It essentially serves two primary purposes. So what is the reason? So for example here, okay, fine. So I am telling that I am writing an image build, and in that image build I am telling that, okay, this image build, when you are trying to create a container using this image build, so this is the port we should keep it open, or this is the port which the application will be trying to listen on. So this is the information this expose will try to give. Now what I am trying to tell is, so it serves, so if you mention this one means it serves two purposes. Okay, for two purposes, so we will try to use this one. So one is documentation. Okay, so one is the documentation. So what is this one is, so documentation it will try to. So expose acts as a documentation for the image maintainer and the users. So if you try to mention that one in the image Docker file, so it acts as a documentation, so that when you are trying to check this Docker file or anything, they will able to understand that, okay, if we create a container using this image will means, then this is the port it will be exposed. And it clarifies the intended communication channel for the containerized application. So that means what is the communication channel for the containerized, for the containers which has been created by these images. So it will create as a documentation, so that we will be able to understand. The second one is network configuration hint. So when you run a container from an engine with expose, from an image with expose, so that means when you are trying to create a container from an image which is having a expose instruction, Docker takes note of these ports. So whatever the ports you are trying to expose it, Docker takes note of these ports, and this information is used by some Docker tools and orchestration tools like Docker Compose, so which we will try to learn afterwards. So these will be used by some external tools or some not external tools, some other third-party tools, something like the Docker Compose, to facilitate easier networking configurations. So in order to have a network, establish the networking configuration, so this expose will be used. And another one is, which I want to tell you, is the key points to remember. Okay, so key points to remember. So when you are trying to use this expose parameter in the image build, so you need to understand these key points. So what is these key points is, first one is no automatic publishing. Okay, no automatic publishing. Expose does not automatically publish the ports to the host system. For example, let's say that you have created an expose. So you have added the expose instruction in the Dockerfile. Now it does not automatically publish the port. So that means when you're trying to create a container with container Docker container run like that, so by reading this exposed port, so it will not directly open the port to the host system. So you need to mention it there using the -p option. If you don't mention this -p option, means that the port will not be listened. Just it serves as a documentation or metadata to indicate that this is the port that will be handled by the host system, handled by the container. It merely declares the intention that these ports will be used. So just we are telling that we are declaring that these ports will be used to make them accessible from outside the container. You need to explicitly publish them during the container runtime. So if you want to access the container outside, means you need to explicitly publish them using the -p option, port forwarding. We need to do it. And the another one is port flexibility. So you need to understand about this one also, port flexibility. The application within the container does not have to strictly adhere to these ports. For example, let's say that Nginx container, so we know that it will listen to the 80 port. So we have written expose 80 port. So that means you don't think that the current container you are trying to create using this image, so does not strictly follow this port. So if you want in the container run, you can change the port, but listed in the expose, but it can still be bind to different ports, and expose acts as a suggestion or the guideline. That's it. So expose will act as a suggestion as guideline only, but there is no rule that if you mention the expose 80 means then we need to create must and should the container with the port 80 means. That is not the issue. So you can create with any port. And another one is, so you can add multiple ports. So you can list multiple ports using expose separated by spaces. So that means if you want 2 ports means, so here you can mention it like this with the space. So that's not a problem. So image building and the exposing. So during the image build process, the expose instruction is simply recorded as the metadata within the image. It doesn't impact the build itself. So that means I am trying to tell from first onwards. So now you are building the image. So you have written the expose 80 something like that, and you are building the image. The expose instruction is simply recorded as a metadata. Okay, so that within the image, it doesn't impact the build itself, but it is embedded in the image configuration. So it does not impact anything container creation. So expose becomes, so we can create the container with another port also. So I will try to show you that one, how we can create it. So now let's try to check it in our practically. So for example, let's say that here this is our thing, right? I am opening the Dockerfile. Okay, so this is, oh sorry, this is my mistake. Okay, this is our Dockerfile and this is our complete Dockerfile. So here what I will try to do, so let's say that it is exposing expose, okay, and it is exposing 8090, let's assume. So this is the port which it will be exposing, and I have saved it. So now I am trying to build this file. So here I am building this image. So let's build this image. Now we are giving an instruction that the image the container who are creating with this image means, so they will, so we are giving a guideline that the container will listen to the port 8090. Okay, so that is the thing which we need to learn. So now let's try to create the container. So here we are trying to create the container. Let's try to check docker container ps-a. So these are all the containers which we are having it, right? Let's try to remove these all the containers. Docker container. So how many containers are there? I don't know. Why I have created this one all? Ubuntu-org, Ubuntu-org1, Ubuntu-test1, test is also there. No, test 1 Ubuntu hyphen test 2 test 2. So let's try to create first these all things. Now again we will try to do it. So here we are having another one. So I will come back after deleting all this. So I have deleted, guys. Now what I am trying to do it is, so we are having the image, right? Docker container, okay, Docker container, and what I am trying to do, so we are having run command, detach mode I am doing, and I am giving the port. So here I am using the capital P. So what is the meaning of this capital P is, so whatever the port this container is trying to listen, so we have mentioned in the expose thing, right? And the Docker container randomly will take the maximum port number and it will assign to the expose parameter which we have mentioned. That is nothing but 8090 port, I think. Now let's try to check it. Docker container run -d -p, and we need to give the name. So here Ubuntu container 1 and the image name. So that's it, -p. Now if you try to create it, now the thing has been created. Now if you try to check here Docker container ps-a, now here you will be able to see 32768 is the maximum port number which it is trying to do it, and it is assigning to the 8090. So who has told about this 8090 port? It is the Docker is trying to read it from the image Dockerfile 8090. So which we have mentioned it. For example, if I try to create without any expose parameter, for example, let's say that I will try to create without any expose parameter. So Docker container 2. Now here, first of all, what we will try to do it is, so first of all, let's go to the Dockerfile. So I will go to the Dockerfile, okay, and here I will remove this expose. So I will try to show you without expose how it will be. So here I am removing this expose and I will be building this file, okay. So I will build this file. Build this file means what I am going to say is, yeah, so I will build this file, so it may take some time. Now I will try to create a container, okay. So here I will create the container -d -d and container 2, okay. So let's try to create it. Now it has been created. Now let's try to check Docker container ps-a. Now if you try to see here, so we are able to see the port here, but here the port is not available for this one. Why? Because the Docker cannot able to find, and we have also doesn't mention anything in the -p option. So that means it doesn't know about the information about this port. So that's why it is not showing any port. For this reason, what I will try to do it is, so now I will go to the Dockerfile and I will enable this one, okay. So now whether you use this port or not, that is up to your choice. So just you are mentioning that whoever creates a container using this image, so they will use the port. So we are giving a documentation. Now I will try to create the same another container, that is nothing but document container Ubuntu container 3. Now if you try to press enter, now another port has been, now another container has been created. Now if you try to check Docker container ps-a, now here you will be able to see that the port is listening to 8090. So how the container is able to know this time, this Ubuntu container 3 and now Ubuntu container 3 with the same image we have created, right? Why? Because so this is reading from the expose parameter. So whether you use it or not, that is up to yours. So but here the Docker is assuming that this container will use 8090 port, and here you are port forwarding that one to 32768. That is nothing but -P option means let the Docker decide the port number which we need to expose it. So for example, if you want to mention your own means, then what you need to do it is, so here you can use something like small p. So we will be using small p and it should listen to something like 1990 port to 8090 port. So 8090 port is nothing but our container, okay, our expose parameter which we have used it. Now if I try to press enter, okay, so the container is already existing. So 4 I am using it. Now if you try to check ps-a, now you will be able to see that 1990 port is listening to 8090. So here this is not a mandatory that the container created should listen to the 8090 port, that means which we have written in the Docker file. That is not the show. Now if you try to create a container, so now I am trying to use the something around 1990 only, okay. So 1991 I want to listen. So now if you press enter, sorry, so here I can create another container. Now container 5 port is already allocated, okay. So 1990 port we have already allocated, right? So I will try to give it to 1994. Now if you try to create it, oh sorry, Ubuntu container has been created. So now if I try to do it, now if I press enter, now the container is created. So now if you try to do this one, see here this time you will be able to see 1990 port is listening to the, where is this one? Yeah, 1990 port is listening to the 1994 port is listening to the 1990. So here it is showing that expose parameter one only, but here it is listening to the 1994 to the 1991. So that is not a mandatory that the container should listen to 1890, which is mentioned in the expose parameter. So but just we are giving it as an information only. That's it. So this is all about the expose parameter or the expose instruction in the Dockerfile. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the copy instruction or the copy parameter. So why we use this copy instruction? So the copy instruction is one and the same only. It's a simple thing. So by the name itself, you can able to understand very easy. The copy instruction in the Dockerfile is a fundamental command used to copy the files. So I will try to paste it here. The copy instruction in a Dockerfile is a fundamental command used to copy files and directories from the host machine into a Docker image during the build process. So that means, so for example, let's say that you are trying to build an image and you have a file that needs to be copied into the Docker image. So you are having a file, the same place where the Docker file is situated, and you need to copy that file into the image. So then we use this copy instruction. So let's try to check how copy instruction works and how we use it effectively. The syntax for this one is something like it will be copy, okay, and you will try to give source and the destination, target destination or the target, like this, the source file and the target destination where you want to read. We also have a multiple files. If you want to copy the multiple files to the target destination means, then you will use copy source 1, okay, space source 2, something like that. You will go on and you will try to give the target destination at the last. So the same as the copy command which you will try to see in the Linux. So and also we have another thing that is nothing but copy. If you want, while copying, so you are trying to copy the files from this one to the image, right? While copying, if you want to change the owner permissions, so if you want to change the owner and also the group or something like that means, then we can use --chown, okay, is equal to, so user, the username you can give and also the group name. So like this you will give, and the space, and same thing, the source and the destination. So like this you will try to give it. So these are the different types. So here the source means the source file or the directories on the host machine. Destination dest means destination path inside the Docker image, and the chown means optional parameter, that is an optional parameter, so that is used to set the ownership of the copied files and also the directories. So that is one thing, okay. So now what I am trying to do, the source file, right, you can specify one or more multiple source path. The source paths must be relative to the build context, the directory specified where we are running the Docker build command, and also the wildcards can be used to match the multiple files also, like star.txt, like that wildcard text also you can use it. So there is nothing harm in that one. So the ownership means you can set the ownership of the copied files using the --chown flag. This is useful when you need to ensure that the files have the correct permissions and ownership inside the container. So this is all about the copy command. So let's try to see the real-time implementation of this copy command, okay. So let's try to open our Docker. Here this is our Docker thing, right, and I will go to moba_xterm, so to on the Docker server. So here I will do it moba_xterm, okay. I am going into this one, so there will be no need for me to always do the Docker login and all those things. So here almost I have forgot the password also for that one. I think just 1234 I think my password is. So let's try to open this one. So here 192.160 something like that it is there. So it is trying to log in. Yeah, it has been logged in. And now let's go on to cd custom images. So I have entered this one. Let's go to the Docker file, okay. So this is our Docker file. Before going into this Docker file, so what I want to do it is, so here we are having nothing, right. So now here let's assume that we are having some files, okay. So let's say that I will try to do, let's check the Docker file what it is trying to do it. So here we are having some, so we are installing the Nginx, right. So I will try to expose this one 80 port. By default 80 port will be there. So okay, fine, everything is looking fine. So let's go and build the image. So where we can build the image? Yeah, let's build the image. I am trying to build the image. So we are having Nginx means, so we can able to localhost, we can do the localhost that one. So let's try to check that whether the localhost is there or not. So docker container ps-a. Oh, so many are there. Let me try to delete these all the things, and I will. So we have deleted all the folders. So now let's try to create a docker. So docker container, okay, run -d -p, and I will be listening to the port 8090. So that will be listening to the 80 port in the container, and here I will give the name -name ubuntu -demo, something like that, and the image name is ubuntu -demo. So now let's try to create the container. Now if you try to see whether we are able to run the localhost or not, means just we can use the curl command localhost : that's it, localhost : 8090 we can do it, and we are able to see the entire thing, right? So now if you want to execute this one outside, means, so what you will try to do, let's go on to here and 192.168.0.13 -13 actually 13:8090. Now we are able to see welcome to Nginx. So that means our Nginx is working fine. So we are able to access it outside. So fine. So now what I want to do is, so this is the index.html file which is present in something like where/www.html or user say share Nginx HTML, some location it will be there. So just I want to change this index.html file. So what I will try to do, let's go to our Dockerfile. Okay, so here this is our Dockerfile, right? So here I will be creating one file that is nothing but index.html, and here I will create our own custom HTML page h1. So this is the index file from Docker image. Okay, I am writing it like this, and I am closing the h1. Okay, so this is our code. Now let's try to do it. Now this is the thing which I have did. Now I want to copy this index.html into the Docker container where it is there. So now when we are trying to build the Docker file, I will try to show you. When we are trying to build the Docker file, so here I will try to copy, okay, and I will be copying this one. So here what I can do, I want to copy the index.html. So where it is the Docker file, where it is present, so there only the file is present. So index.html directly I can do, and I want to copy into the user/share/nginx/html. So this is the directory. If you are having, if this is the HTML is a directory, means it is best practice to use the slash at the trailing slash at the end. And I want to copy the same index.html into the same place, into another place, like /where/www/html. That's it. Now I will save it. So we are copying the index.html file into the container while we are creating a container. Now let's try to create the build the container. So build the image. So now we are building the image. So without any problem, it is running it, not a problem. So it will take some time to run it. So it is reading, so it will take some time. Yeah, it's done. So now I want to create the container. So here Docker container ps-a. I am trying to check it. So I will try to stop this one, Docker container rm-f. So I am deleting this container, cleaning the container. Okay, now I will try to create the container. So here we can have a thing. So here I am trying to run it, ubuntu demo, and I am running this container. So let's try to run it. So now we have ran the container. So we have created a new container. Now let's try to see the output, the same output here. So in this place, now we need to get our customized one. So if you try to see, this is the index file from the Docker image. Now I am able to successfully get the customized image. The first copy, it is finished. So now if you want to copy the multiple images, multiple files, means what you need to do. So the same scenario. So here I will be creating another one /demo demo.html, and I will do h1 here also. This is the demo file in Docker image. So just I am writing it like this, and h1 I am closing it, and escape and WQ. So that's it. Now let's go to our Dockerfile. Here I am opening the Dockerfile, and now I want to copy the demo.html file also, multiple files. So here I can write demo.html user slash into this one, and also I want to copy demo.html into this one also. So now the first file and multiple files I am copying into this one, and I am copying into this one. That's it. Now let's WQ, and here what I will try to do, I will try to build the image. So let's build the image. So now I am running the image. Fine. So here the copy, both the things are running. So it is reading the packages. Let it read. So done. This one is also done. Now let's go delete the container which we have created, and now let's create the new container. So this is the container. I am creating again the container. So now the container has been created. Let's try to see the same thing. You will be able to see the same output, but if I try to do /demo.html, so which we have created it, the same place it has been copied, right? Now we are able to see this demo HTML also. So now we are able to see the second one also. That is nothing but copying the multiple files. Now the last one which we need to see is the changing the ownership of the files. For example, let's say that here this is our container, right? Let's log in into this container. Docker container exec, okay, exec -t I and ubuntu -demo. This is our thing, and I want to log in with a jbash. Fine. So now where we need to do ls-l, if you try to see user/share/nginx/html. So if you try to check the files, so we are having two files, that is nothing but index and demo HTML, which we are copying. The image is copying here, and the user that has been copied is nothing but the ownership, and the group that is belong is the root. So who is the user right now? So if I log in, who is the user? We are having nginx user. If you try to see, okay, so now we are able to see address is already in use. So what it is trying to do? So here if you try to check the nginx, address is already in use. Okay. So we are trying to use it here. So I will try to close it, and let's try to see. Okay, something problem is there. So for example, if you try to check the PS, if you try to check it, here we are not able to see PS AUX. If you try to check it, so let's try to see PS AUX. If you try to see, here you will be able to see the nginx worker process. Okay, the nginx worker process is used by www-data, right? So we are having www-data. Now this is the thing. So hyphen, what I want to do, okay, nginx I am doing grep nginx, so I need to search with the nginx. Now here you will be able to see the www-data is the user for this one. So now when we try to copy the files into this one, so we need to change the ownership to www-data. So how we can change this one? Let's try to see. So I am exiting from here. Okay, now let's go to the vi Dockerfile, and in this one, so when copying in the user share, so change that files, the copied files in the destination to chown, okay, is equal to, so I want to change the ownership to www-data, and also the group also to www-data. That's it. Now here also I want to change the group to www-data is equal to, sorry, chown is equal to www-data :www-data. That's it. So now we are telling that copy the index.html and demo.html into this particular directory, and who is copying this one? Root is doing this one. So now change the ownership of these two files in this directory which you have copied to www-data. The same thing we are trying to tell here. So now let's save it and build the image. Okay, so building the image, we are building the image, so it may take some time. So let it see. So after building the image, now what we need to do, so here let's delete this container and create the new container. So creating the new container. So now the container has been created. Let's log in into this container and let's see who is having the, so now I have logged into this container, ls-l/user/share /nginx/html. So if I try to see here, so previously we used to have root as the user and the group also belongs to the root, but now this time the files belongs to the www data and www data. In the same scenario, if you want to check it with the where/html means where/www/html means, then you will be able to see the same thing www data it will be having. So this is how actually the copy command will be working. So this is all the details about the copy command. Hope you understood about this copy command. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the another instruction that is nothing but add command. So now we need to understand what is the difference between this add command and also a copy command. If you try to observe carefully, the add command and also the copy command is one and the same only. So these both are one and the same only. So now what they will try to ask you is, so what is the difference between a copy instruction and also an add instruction? So which one we need to use? So now you need to understand that whatever the copy instruction does, the add command also does the same thing. So that means there is no difference between copy and add, but there is a slight difference. So apart from this copy instruction, add also performs some extra actions or extra work that it can do. So what is that extra task? So add command syntax is something like this one only, and it will copy the source files into the destination file, and it will also change the copied user ownership also. Apart from this one, add command will download the tar file or zip file, anything, and it download the tar or zip file to the destination. Okay, so this is the thing. That means something like it will download the URL content into the file. File means into the destination, where the copy doesn't do. So the copy, just it will copy the file that is present in the Docker host machine and it will paste it in the destination. Whereas the add, apart from this one, it will also download the URL from the remote or the internet, from the URL, remote URL, and it will paste it into the destination. Let's try to see the thing. So this is the thing. They most of the time interview questions they will be asking you, what is the difference between a copy and a add instruction? So whatever the copy does the task, everything add also does, but add performs some extra task. That is nothing but it will download the URL content into the destination. Whereas the copy instruction does not able to download the URL content. It will copy only the file from the Docker host machine and it will paste it in destination. Whereas it will download the content and paste it in the destination. So that is the difference between these two. So let's try to go to the our thing and let's see the real time thing. So how in the practical information, let's try to see in the practical how the add command will work. So now this is our custom images, right? So here I am trying to do the Dockerfile. Okay, so I am opening the Dockerfile, and if you try to see this Dockerfile, okay, so here, so now I told you, right, whatever the copy instruction does, the add instruction also does, right? So let's try to change it to add. Okay, I am changing it to add. So let's see that whether it will work or not. So now I will try to build the image. That is nothing but, so image build. So I am building the image. Let's try to see it. So it is building the image. So done, it has been done. Not done. So it is trying to read that one all. So after completing the build, let's try to create the container. So now hopefully this one is completed. Yeah. So now I will try to container. Let's go to the container. Where could be this container command? I don't know. Let's try to check it once. Or otherwise we'll create it from by our own. So we cannot able to find it. Docker container ps-a, whether any available or not. Okay, so we are having one container, right? So let's try to remove it. Docker container rm-f ubuntu-demo. I am deleting this one, so delete it. So now I am creating a new container. Docker container run-detach mode. I will do okay, hyphen p 8090, so colon 80 it will listen. And what I will try to do, hyphen name ubuntu hyphen demo, and let's try to do ubuntu hyphen demo, and the image name is also ubuntu hyphen demo. Let's try to create the container. So container is created very quickly, and if you try to check the output for this one, so you will be able to see the output. If you try to see the output for this one, so 13, right, 13 colon 8090. So if you try to see, so we are able to see this is the index file, so it is working fine. So that means the docker image which we have created using the add command is working fine. So the first one is completed. So first scenario is complete. That is nothing but the copy, what the copy task can do, the add command is also doing. So let's go back to the our docker file. So this is our docker file. So now what the add command does, which the copy doesn't do, is, for example, let's say that, so here I have one URL. Okay, so this is the HTML URL which I am having. Let's try to show you one URL, so which I am having it. So this is the URL which I am having. Okay, so something from the internet, I have copied this URL. So now I want to have this HTML data here instead of having this data. So now what I will try to do, let's copy this one all. Okay, so I am copying this URL, and what I will try to do, let's go to the mobile.html, and here I will try to do it with the copy. Okay, copy and paste this URL, and I want to paste it in user/share/nginx/html. okay, and the another one is same thing. So copy and paste the URL, and I want to have it in var/www/html. okay, so this is the URL which I want to have. So let's try to see whether the copy command will work or not. And what I am trying to do, so this one is hash, I am commenting out this one hash, and also I am commenting out this one. So the copy command I am trying to use it. So now if I try to do the build thing, let's try to build the image. Let's see whether we can able to achieve this one or not. So if you try to build the image, now we are able to see that copy, the source file cannot be a URL for copy. So that means the URL, we should not provide a URL for the copy. So now what we need to do in this scenario, must and should, we need to use the add command. So we cannot use the, so here I will be using the add command. So here the place where the add command will be useful, and now it will be placed as a code-test.html, not index.html. So what you can do it is, so you can run a command move, okay, move /user, oh sorry, /user/share, sorry, /share/nginx/html /code-test.html to /user/share, the same thing, nginx html index.html. So I am replacing the file. The same scenario, what I will try to do it is run move /var/www/html /code-test.html, and I will move it to /var/www/html/index.html. So here I am replacing the file. So now let's try to save it and execute the file. Again we got some error. Okay, so the spelling mistake. So let's go to the VI Docker file. So I am opening this VI Docker file, and here this is the problem. So I have code-test. So insert test. Okay, let's go and build the file. So I am building the file again. So it may take some time to build it. So it is building. So it may take some time, so let it build. Okay, fine. So now let's try to create the container. So for creating the container, what I need to do, so first I will remove this container, existing container which I have, and I will try to create the container. So we have this container, right? So I am running this container. Now when I run this container, let's go here and I will try to use the same thing. There is nothing but previously we used to get this one, right? Now if I try to refresh this page, so we are getting forbidden. So here index.html, something like that, we'll try to do it. Okay, so we are getting forbidden. Why? Because so we haven't used this user thing, right? So let's try to go into this mobile xterm. Okay, and let's go again. So this is the problem we'll be having. And here what I need to do, so here I need to use hyphen chown also. Hyphen chown www is equal to www hyphen data colon www hyphen data space. And for this one also we need to use hyphen chown is equal to www hyphen data colon www hyphen data space. That's it. Now if I will refresh this page, now I will build the file again. So we need to build the file all the time. So now the image has been built. Now let's try to remove the container first. So the container which I have created it, and now I will try to use this demo. Yeah, now let's hope and let's try to check the same output. Now this time we are able to see the output. See, so the same output we are able to copy from the remote URL, and in the index.html we are able to get it. So this is how we will be doing the add command will be doing. Not only this URL, so this is one step, and now we can also download the tar file and we can unzip also. So let's try to open the again this Docker file, and here what I will try to do is, so okay fine, let's leave it like this one all. So I want to do another thing, that is nothing but add. So I will have the add. Okay, and now this time what I will try to do it is, so this time I have a Go language, okay, tar file. So I have the URL with me. So add, and here I am doing the command, pasting the command. So this is the tar zip file, and I want to paste it in the temp URL. Okay, and after pasting in the temp URL, so what I want to do it is, I want to extract that file. So tar hyphen extract zip it the file, and where it is located in the temp file. Okay, and what is the file name? So this is the tar zip. So with this name only it will download. So here I can paste it here. That's it. So now let's close it and build the file again. Okay, so let's build the file again. So it may take some time. So now it will try to download the file, that tar file. So it will be downloading the file. So here it is trying to download the file 9/11. So this is the line it is executing. In the temp file it is trying to download it. Okay, so it has been done, and now it is trying to extract it. So here this is the step it is doing. So now it is downloading the file, and now it is extracting the file. Okay, so after extracting the file, the image is been completed. So now it is extracting the file. Let it extract it. After extracting the file, the image build will be completed successfully. So let's see, it will take some time. So extracting is taking so much of time, I don't know why. So now extract is also done. So it is doing some other upgradation thing. So these are all different layers which we are having in our image. So now that one is completed. So optimizing the image layers and all those things is a different thing. Just we need to learn how to create the images and all those things. So now here it is completed. Now next what I want to do, I want to remove the container. Just I am cleaning the container. Now I am creating a new container. Okay, so now I have created a new container. Now what I want to do, so here this is our custom images and all the things. We have created the container, right? Now let's move on to this one, Docker container exec, okay, -ti ubuntu -demo, and the bash I will go. And here when we log in into this one, so I want to do ls-l. Okay, and here you will be able to see a temp folder. So let's go on to the ls-l temp. I will try to show you temp. See, now you will be able to see a tar.gh file. So when you extracted, where it has been went is, there is nothing but go here. So here you will be able to see ls-l go. So this is the code which you will be able to extract it. So this is how we will be doing. We will be using the add command in the Dockerfile. So the difference between add and the copy command is the copy command will only get copy the file from the Docker host machine and paste it in your destination, whereas the add command will be downloading the URL from the remote or anywhere else. The URL it will take and it will paste it in the destination. So whenever you are having the situation like that, means we can use the copy command only. So in this situation only we need to use the add command. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will learn about the another two commands, important commands, which are in conjunction to each other or dependent to each other. That is nothing but entry point and also the command. Entry point and command. So these two are the commands which we will trying to learn. So first one, let's try to learn about the entry point. So these two commands, what it will try to do is define how a container should run. So for example, let's say that we have developed an image. Okay, we have built the image and we are creating the container using that image. Then after the container has been created, if you want to run the command, the application what we need to run, so that command we will be providing in the entry point, and also in the command also we can do it. So what is the main difference between these two? We'll try to see. This might look like something like these, both might seem similar, but they serve different purposes and have distinct behaviors. So let's try to understand about the detailed explanation about each one, each followed by examples I will try to show you. So I told you, right, first one is the entry point. Okay, so the first one is the entry point. So entry point instruction specifies the main command that will always run when the container starts. So this one tells you we need to write the main command or the main application command. So when the container has been started. So for example, let's say that you have created a container and you want to have your application to be running in that container. So then you need to mention that command in this entry point. It sets the default application to be executed whenever the container is run. Unlike command, which can be overridden by passing the parameters to the Docker run command. So normally the command property, the command we have seen it, right? That parameter we can override it using the Docker run command. We can do it. Entry point arguments are appended with the command or Docker run command arguments. So now let's try to see about the syntax for this one. So the entry point syntax is one in the same only. So one is the exec format. So that is nothing but array. You will be giving the command. Okay. And the next one is the options. So I will try to show you the explanation about this one and the param2. Okay. So these are like this you will be having. So now what I am trying to tell you is, so if you are having a command, okay, so the command or the command which you want to execute it when the container starts, then you need to mention the command in the entry point, and the options and all those things you can mention it in the command property. Okay, for example, let's say that I will try to give an example. So let's say that we are having an ls command, ls-la, something like that. We are having an options. So now here the command is this one and the options or arguments are this one. So now what we need to do it is, so we need to mention the entry point as the ls and we need to mention the command as -la like this. So now whatever the arguments you provide in the command, it will be appended to the entry point. So that is the concept which I want to tell you. And we also have something like shell format also, but most of the time we will be using the exec format only. I will try to show you. Now let's try to see about the cmd command parameter. The command extension, the cmd instruction provides default arguments for the entry point instruction. So whatever the entry point instruction command is there, it will provide an arguments to the entry point. It is also used to specify the command to run if no entry point is specified. So if it doesn't have any entry point or anything, means you can also use the command. That's not a point. If a container is started with arguments, those arguments will override the command instruction. So that is the thing. So now I will try to show you the real-time implementation of this one so that you can have a clear understanding about this. So this is all about the command thing, and let's try to go here into this one, and I am opening the Dockerfile. Okay, sorry, Dockerfile. So here we are having the thing, right? So let's try to clear up this one also, so that we can understand very easily. I am removing this arg thing, and here I want to make it as, and I will remove this maintainer also, okay, and label these things also I am clearing it off, okay. env also I am clearing, this one also I am clearing, this one I am clearing, expose I will keep it, and I will remove this one also, this one also I will remove, and upgrade, add, and this one also I will remove. So I want to make it as an clear, okay, and this one also I am removing. These are all the things I am removing, and this one also I will remove. So now this is the thing, and I will take, instead of having this Ubuntu, I will take the Nginx. So why? Because we are dealing with the Nginx, right? Nginx latest I will take it. That's it. So just we know all those commands, just I want to make it simple. So now when we try to create the container, okay, Nginx, so what we need to do, I want to execute the command. So previously the command is nothing but we need to run the Nginx. So the command for this one is Nginx, okay, and we need to provide the options for this one, -g, okay, and in order to run it, so we need to use daemon off. So this is the command in order to make the application run in the background. So now if I try to create a container for this one, so let's try to check it. So now let's build the image. I will try to build the image. Yeah, I have built the image, so it may take some time to build the image. I think it will be fast. So it has been created. I will clean up the container first. Yeah, so now I will try to create the container. So now here I am creating a container. Let's try to create a container. Now the container has been created. If you want to check something like docker container ps-a, now you will be able to see the -demo, and it is executing docker entry point Nginx latest. So let's try to see. So something problem came, so let's try to remove this one. So I will be removing this container, okay, and I will change this where is the Dockerfile? Yeah, so let's try to take the Ubuntu only, okay. So here I will take from Ubuntu 22.04, and I will install run command, okay, apt-get -y install. So apt-get install -y Nginx, okay. So this is the command I will execute. So let's try to save it, and I will build the command. So where is this one? Building, yeah, build it, and we'll try to do it. So now I am trying to build this one. So fine, it is taking some time for the first time. Let it take. So it is easy using the Ubuntu. Yeah, it is taking the Ubuntu only. So now here I have created the Docker file. So let's try to show you the Docker file. So something like you are having a Ubuntu image, and I am running the Debian front end and installing the Nginx, exposing it, and I am using the command. So that means nothing but I am running the Nginx. So let's try to create the container using this one. So I am removing the container, okay, nothing, no container is present. So here I am creating the container. So here I will be using the Ubuntu-demo. So now the container has been created. If I want to check the status for this one, so here you will be able to see that Nginx-g daemon on has been is running for this one. So that means this is the command which we have provided in the cmd in the Docker file. So now for example, let's say that I am removing this one. So if you want to override this command, so for example, let's say that here we are having the command, right? If I want to override this cmd command means, so what can I do it is, so let's try to check it. So here, instead of running this one, so here at the end I can provide the command, whichever the command I want to do it. So instead of the command executing what is present in the Docker file, automatically that command will be running. If I try to show you here, the bash command is running and it is exiting off. So this is what about the in command thing. Now for example, let's say that I am removing this container. So let's try to go to the Docker file. So now the entry point, let's try to see the entry point. So now we are able to execute this command using this cmd parameter, right? Instead of using the cmd parameter, we can also use the entry point, okay. So we can also use the entry point. Now if you try to save this one and try to build the image, let's try to build the image. Where the build image gone? A command, yeah. So if you try to build the image, after building the image, let's try to see. So now this image has been built, right? Now I will try to remove this container, okay, and I will try to run the container. I am removing this bash. Now if you try to run this container, so I have created a new container. Now if you check the status for this one, okay, so now the container is running, and also we are able to see that nginx-daemon on is there, but it is exited with 0. That means the daemon is on, so the nginx is not running in the background. So now I will try to show you when to use the entry point and also the command. So now entry point will tell you about the, will give you, we need to write about the command only. So here the command is nothing but the nginx. Now the arguments are nothing but the -g and the daemon off. So here what you need to do is, so here those things should be mentioned in the -g and also the daemon off. Okay, daemon off, sorry. So this is the thing. So now if you try to build the image, and I am building the image, and after building the image I will try to create the container, remove the container first and create the container. Now if you try to see, if I try to check the status for this one, now you will be able to see the command is also getting executed, and also whatever the options you are providing in the command has been appended to the entry point command. So here entry point refers the command, and and whatever the points or arguments you are mentioning into the CMD parameter, automatically it will be appended to the entry point command. Now for example, let's say that I am removing this command, okay. So here I am removing this command. So now if you remove these arguments, and now if I build this image, okay, if I build this image and if I remove these arguments, now if you try to check, so now only the command will be executed, right? So only the command will be executed. If I want to add that, if I want to run the command means, so then what I can do is at the end I can provide the arguments. So this one will override the CMD property which you are mentioning. Right now I am not mentioning any CMD property. So now here if I try to mention daemon off, now if you run it, automatically the container will be running, and if you try to check the status for this one, see the same command, whatever the things you have provided it here, it will be running. Okay, so this is what about the CMD parameter and the entry point parameter. So when we need to use the entry point and when we need to use the CMD property. So now for example, let's say that you know that entry point command is nginx, and here this is the -g. So these commands should be constant, or that means it should not change. The other arguments which the user wants to give means, so these should be changed means, then you need to use the options in the CMD parameter. Now here this time what I have did it, I have used only daemon off in the CMD parameter, and I have used this nginx-g in the entry point. So that means that is the main command, and whatever the arguments you want to provide extra, you can provide it in the command. If you don't provide anything means that command will be appended to the main entry point. So for example, let's say that, let's build the image first. I have built the image. Okay, so now build the image is completed. Now let's try to remove the container which we have previously. Now for example, let's say that I am running the container, so I am removing this one all. So now I am running the container. We know that the entry point is there. So now if you try to check the status of this one, so it is running fine. nginx-g is the main command, and daemon off is the entry point, and daemon off is the command parameter. Now if I want to make it daemon on means, then I will remove this one. Okay, so now if I want to make it means, so here I can write daemon on. Okay, so now this time I am using this daemon on. So now if I try to press enter, now if you try to check the status of this one, see nginx-g is there standard, the entry point command, and the commands we are able to see, those are getting replaced. So that means entry point is the main command. If you are having a main command that needs to be executed whenever the container is created means, then you need to mention that command in the entry point, and you have some arguments which are by default it should be appended. If the user wants to override, he can override means, then you need to mention those things in the CMD parameter. So that is the thing summary what I want to tell you. So that is the difference between entry point and the CMD. So hope you understood about this entry point and the CMD parameters. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the another two instructions, that is nothing but shell and also the work directory. So what is this shell and also this work directory? I will open the notepad so that we can have a clear understanding about this one. So now we are learning about the two instructions, that is shell and also work dir, working directory. So first let's try to learn about the shell. So now what I want to tell you is, so these two are very much important to define the environment and also the working directory for subsequent instructions. So first of all, the shell instruction. This shell instruction allows you to specify the default shell for the run commands. By default, Docker uses the sh or command on Windows as the shell for run commands. However, you can change this to a different shell or modify its behavior. For example, let's say that, so we are having some instructions, right? In the Dockerfile, we will be writing run, copy, add. These are all the commands we will be writing, right? So for these, all the things, what we will try to do here, so we will try to, so normally the Dockerfile, it will execute using the normal shell, okay? So using the normal shell, that is nothing but bin/sh, okay? Bin/sh, it will execute. So now, for example, let's say that bin/sh. So now, for example, let's say that you will be having some other shells like bash shell, pickle shell. So this type of shells will be there. So you will be having some other instructions, so which need to be executing that commands in a bash shell. So then we will be using this shell instruction. Okay. So we will be using this shell instruction. Where we will be using this shell command is, so why? Because in Linux or any other operating system, almost all the shells are one and the same only. So bash shell and some other shells will give some more extra features or the functionalities, but most of the time all the commands execute in all the shell. Whereas in Windows only the problem comes. So which one we need to use? Whether we need to use the command or PowerShell. So if you want to use any means, so most of the times we will try to use it in the Windows only, and in the Linux also you can use it. So that is the shell. So now when you mention the shell, for example, let's say that you are having some command, something like from Ubuntu, okay, 22.04. So normally it will execute in the bash shell. So here you will be having some run command apt-get update, let's assume, and now you want to execute this one in a bash shell. Then you will be mentioning at the top shell /bin/bash-c. You will mention it like this. And now subsequently whatever the instructions are there bottom, so after the shell command, it will be executed in the bash. So for example, if you want some other instructions, so if you want to change the shell means, again you can use the multiple shell. Again you can use the bin/sh-c. Okay, you can use it like this. So that means whatever the instructions are there after the shell command, it will be executed in the normal shell. So like this you can use the shell multiple times. So whatever the recent shell you have mentioned, in that shell only all the commands after that it will be executed. So this is about the shell instruction. And what about this work directory? So this work directory means, what it will try to do is, it is particularly, so work directory, where we will be using this work directory is, it is used to set the working directory for any constructions like copy, add, run, command, entry point. So these are all the commands you will be having it, right? So if you want to set the working directory, then we will be using this what I want to say is work directory. So this one also we can use multiple times. So whichever it is finally it is there, so that one will be taken into the consideration. So I will try to show you that one working directory also in the practical. So let's try to let's try to see it in our practical thing. So here I will be having vi Dockerfile. I am using this Dockerfile. Okay. So Dockerfile, I am opening this one. So here you are having run Ubuntu, right? If you want to execute, so this one, let's try to build this one. Okay. So let's try to build this one. So where is the build command? Yeah. So if I try to build this one, I think most probably, so build is everything is there, I think. So if I try to build this one, yeah, we have built this one. And if you try to check the Docker image history, Ubuntu-latest, let's try to check it. Now if you try to see here, all the commands are executing using the normal bin/sh only. If you try to see here, the commands are getting executed using the bin/sh only. Now if you want to, so for example, let's say that Debian_frontend is executing that non-interactive and apt-update, it is executing in the sh. Now if I want to change this sh to the bash means, then you can use it. So here I can, So here I can use this Dockerfile. So this is the command, right? Now here I can use the shell, and we need to use the exec format, and here I will be using /bin/bash. I want to execute it, and I need to provide the -c, that is nothing but the command. So that's it. So now after execution of this one, so let's try to close it and build this image. Okay, and after building that image, let's see that whether we can able to see that the Debian underscore frontend is executing in the bash shell or not. So now you will be able to see that this one is running in the bash. You will be able to see. So that is the reason. So it is executing it again. Previously it has executed very quickly through the cache, but here it is running. Why? Because through the bash shell it is running. Let's see that whether it is running through the bash shell or not. So it will take some time. Let it take. So this one has been executed. Now let's try to check the image history for this one. So image history, if you try to see, so now you will be able to see that, so these all Ubuntu and all those things is executing in the bash, normal shell, and now we are changing the shell to bash. Now see, you will be able to see that this one now this time this is executing in a bash shell. Previously it was executing in a normal shell. Now this time from here onwards it is executing in a bash shell. Now for example, let's say that I will go back again to the Dockerfile. So let's say that I am having another command. So something like run command, okay, apt-get upgrade. Okay, so this is the command I am having. Let's try to close it and let's see what it will happen. So let's build the image. It will take some time to build the image. Let it build. So here it has been built. Now if you try to check the history of this one, so now you will be able to see that, so these both are executing in a bash. Why? Because I have changed the shell to the bash. Now what I want to do is, so this command should be executed with the bash shell, but whereas this upgrade command should be executed not in a bash shell, it should be executed in a normal shell. So then what you can do it is, so let's go to the Dockerfile, and here I can change it again. Okay, here I can change it again, that I need to change the shell to /bin/sh, and I am changing it to normal shell. So whatever the commands are there at the bottom, it will be executed using the normal shell. Now if you try to save it and if you build this one, okay, so now I am trying to build this one, so it may take some time. Let it take. So it has been built. Now if you try to check this one, history of this one, let's clean it up. Yeah, so now if you try to see here what it is happening, normally it is executed with a normal shell. Now I changed the shell to bash. Now this command is executing with the bash shell. Then again I changed it to normal shell. Now see, upgrade apt-get upgrade is executing using the normal shell. And at the top, so remaining commands, whatever it is there, it will execute using the normal shell only. So this is how the shell will be useful. So where we will be using the most of the times this shell command is, and the shell command we will be using most of the times is in the Windows. Why? Because here the bash shell and the normal shell or pickle shell, whatever the shell you are trying to use it, most of the time, so these all in the Linux will be one and the same only. But in the Windows only, some instructions or commands will be there which we need to execute only in a PowerShell. In the normal command line prompt, it will not execute. So in that place, we will be trying to change it to the shell. Using the shell command, we will change it to the PowerShell. So that's it guys about this shell instruction. So in the next video, I will try to tell you about this working directory also, so that you can able to understand very clearly. Hope you understood about this shell directive. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. And in this video, we will learn about the another important instruction, that is workdir. So what is this workdir? For example, let's say that, so we have a command in such a way that we are using the run command, not run command. So we will be using this copy command, and in this copy command, so what we will try to do, so we want to paste this index.html file into a file something like user/share/nginx/html. So this is the format we are using it, right? So now this is the total working directory, or nothing but the current directory which we are trying to use it. Instead of mentioning it here, so for example, let's say that I want to copy the same thing, demo.html to /user/share/nginx/html. So that means in the two places we are using this directory. Instead of using it like this, so we can mention at the top workdir. So that means the working directory, the current working directory, we can change this one. So the current working directory, I can mention it something like /user/share/nginx/html. I can use it, and instead of using this one, so that means the image will point directly to this one, and directly you can use the current working directory here. So that means the current working directory will become. Now for example, demo.html, we are having something like var/www/html, means you can mention it directly like this. But here the current working directory will be always, work directory will be user/share/nginx/html. For example, after completing some certain point of instructions and all those things, I want to change the work directory. Then I can use this work directory something like this. So here I can use something like var/www/html. Okay. So then that means the copy demo.html, here the working directory has been changed from user/share/ this one to var/www/html. So that means I need to use here dot. So like this we can use multiple working directories in our Dockerfile instruction. So that means what I am trying to tell, in our Dockerfile, if you want to change the current working directory in the application or in the image, so then we can use this work directory. So now the current working directory will be always when the image is build is completed, the last working directory instruction what you have provided, so that instruction will be your current working directory. And another thing you want to remember that if you are using work directory and when you create a container using that image, okay, so that image which we have built using this image, so if you are creating a container means, then the container default the working directory will point to the last working directory that you have mentioned in your Dockerfile. So that means here the working directory that you have mentioned last is the var/html, means then when you log in into the container, the present working directory or the current directory will be always /var/www/html. Okay, normally it will be the home directory, right? But this time it will mention it to the var/www/html. For example, if you have not mentioned this working directory means, then when you create a container, then the work directory will be /user/nginx/html. I will try to show you this one. So by logging into the container, and I will try to show you that the present working directory. So this is about the working directory. So this one we will be using more on something like when we are trying to use the run command, add command, copy command. So these are all the commands we will be using, right? CMD, entry point. So whenever you are trying to use these all the commands, we can use this work directory to move to the particular location, to point to the particular location. So I will try to show you the practical implementation of this one. So here this is our application, right? So here let's say that we are not having anything. So let's try to have a copy command. Okay. So here I am inserting this one. So here let's try to have a copy command. So I want to move this index.html. Already we have this index.html, right? To user/share/nginx/html. So this is the place where I want to shift it. Okay. Instead of mentioning this one, so we can mention a work directory for this. So work directory, I will try to mention user/share/nginx/html. Okay. And what we can do it here, so you can mention it this one as dot. So now the current working directory is this one. So now the work directory is user/nginx/html. So now I want to copy index.html to here. So and also I want to copy the demo.html also. So you can use this demo.html also to here. That's it. Now if I try to save it and I will try to build this build this image. So if you build this image, it will take some time and it is taking upgrade. So let it upgrade. So now the image layer is finished. Now if I want to create the container, so let's try to create the container. I don't know where this container creation is there. So let's try to check it. So many are there. So let's go to the container. First I will remove this Ubuntu demo, and here I will try to create the container run -d -name Ubuntu -demo, and I want to use the Ubuntu -demo, the latest thing. Yeah, that's it. So now I am running the container. So when I create the container, automatically the container is created. So now I want to log in into the container. Docker container exec. Okay. So exec. So we have used this exec, right? And what do we need to do? -ti and Ubuntu -demo. So I want to use the bash. Now when you log in into this one, see, when I log into this one, the current working directory is Nginx. So if I try to check this pwd, then you will be able to see The current working directory is user slash share slash nginx html. So why it is this one directly pointing to this location? Because in our image build, we have mentioned the working directory as this one. So that is the reason when you log in into a container, automatically the container will log in into this present working directory. Okay. So let's try to exit this one, and I will delete this one also. So let's go to the Dockerfile again. Okay. So let's say that, so we have working directory this one, right? Now I want to copy the same thing, okay, the same file. So I want to copy the index.html and also the demo.html to the var/www/html, right? So now here again you can change the work directory. Okay, so work directory /var/www/html you can use it. So now we have used it like this, then there is no need to mention here the entire thing. So you can mention directly dot, that is nothing but current working directory. So now when I try to execute this one, so when I try to execute this one, so let's try to wq and I will build this image. Let's try to build this image. So I am building this image. So that means, so now the current working directory has been changed from user slash share slash nginx slash html to the var/www/html. So let's try to create the container. So I have deleted it. Yeah, okay, it has been deleted. Now I am trying to execute this one. So create a new container. So now when I try to log in into this container, so let's try to log in into this container. See, this time it is been in the var/www/html. If you try to check the pwd here, automatically, so var/www/html is there. So that means, so whatever the working directory you are mentioning at the end of this file, so the last working directory, whatever it is there, so that working directory will be pointing to in the container. So when you create a container using this image, the present working directory will be the last working directory that you have mentioned. So this is what about the work dir. So hope you understood about this work dir thing. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys. In this video, we will learn about the another important one, that is nothing but stop signal. So what is this stop signal? The stop signal instruction in a Dockerfile is used to specify the system call. So I will try to paste it here. Yeah. The stop signal instruction in a Dockerfile is used to specify the system call signal that will be sent to the container to gracefully stop it. By default, Docker sends the system signal to terminate a container, but you can override this with the stop signal instruction if your application needs a different signal to shut down correctly. So what is this here I am trying to mention it is, for example, let's say that you are the Docker created a container using the image, and now when you are trying to stop that container, and what it will try to do is that Docker will try to send a signal that is nothing but signal terminate. Okay, so terminate means it is asking that to terminate the container. Now what it will try to do is terminate means, so it will take some time to clean up the resources and all those things, and the container will be stopped gracefully. Okay, so that is the reason I am trying to tell you, and gracefully it will stop it. If you want to modify this termination signal means, then we need to use this stop signal. So that means whenever we are stopping the container, okay, whenever the Docker stops the container, so normally what is try to do is, whenever Docker stops the container, so you have did it using the Docker container stop like that. So you have stopped the container. It tries to do so gracefully. It will try to do gracefully. Gracefully means what it will do? It sends a signal to the main process. Okay, inside the container. So it will send a signal to the inside the container, giving it a chance to clean up and exit gracefully before the Docker forcibly kills it. So by default it will be around 10 seconds or 20 seconds like that it will be there. So whenever a Docker stops the container, it will send a signal to the inside the container, and it will give you a chance to clean up the resources and exit gracefully before the Docker forcibly kill it. The stop signal instruction allows you to specify which signal should be sent. So now if you want to send the customized signal, stop signal means, then you need to use this stop signal instruction. So you will be having different types of stop signal instructions. So out of them you will be having 4 things main. So those are nothing but sig term, and the numeric implementation of this one is 15. And this is the default signal used by the Docker. If you don't mention anything means, so the sig terminate is the main thing. It requests a graceful termination. So that means I am telling you that the Docker inside the container tell you it will give you a signal that to clean up the resources and all those things. And another one is SIG-kill. So it will force an immediate termination without cleanup. And another one is SIG-int, interrupt signal, like processing, control C, something like that. And this one is SIG-hub, hang up signal, often used to reload the configuration file. So this is one thing. And the syntax for this one is something like it will be stop signal. Okay. And you need to provide any of this one. So SIG term or anything you need to provide. So that is nothing but a signal. So you need to give the signal. You can also mention the signal name or otherwise signal number also you can do it. So a signal can either be signal name or the signal number. So whichever it may be, 15921 like that you can mention it. Okay. And so container, how it works is when you run docker stop container ID. So when you are trying to run, so when you want to stop the container, what you will try to do, docker container stop, and you will give the container name or the container ID. So this is the method, this is the command you will use it, right? Docker sends the specified signal defined by the stop signal or default SIG term. So normally what it will try to do is the Docker will send the stop signal, whichever the signal you have mentioned it will send it to the Docker, or otherwise by default is a SIG term if you don't mention anything, to the main process in the container. And that the main process in the container receives the signal and it should handle it appropriately to shut down gracefully. Timeout. Docker waits for a default timeout period of, let's say that 10 seconds by default. Okay. And it is also configurable for the container to exit. If the container does not stop within this period, Docker sends a SIG-kill to forcibly terminate it. So that means whenever the Docker sends a signal, it will wait for 10 seconds to gracefully shut down, or otherwise if it doesn't shut down means if it doesn't stop means then it will send you the SIG-kill, which means it will immediate termination without cleanup it will happen. Practical considerations. What it will do is ensure your application correctly handles the specified signal. If your application does not handle SIG term or requires a different signal for graceful shutdown means use stop signal to match your application's requirement. So when we need to use this one is, so that is the reason we need to use it. And that is what everything. So can we use the multiple stop signal instructions means we should use only one stop signal instructions. If you use multiple means the last one whichever you have mentioned, so that will be taken into the consideration. So that is one thing. So we can also override the stop signal. So whenever you are trying to create a container, Docker container run, so you can use this -- stop -- signal and you can mention the signal in the command. So you can also override this one. So let's try to see how we can do it practically. So here this is our code. So I am trying to open view vi Dockerfile. Okay. Oh sorry. Let's go into the cd custom images. I am trying to go into the custom images. Okay. And here I will be opening the Dockerfile. So in this Dockerfile we are having these all the things, right? So you can mention wherever you want. So here I want to mention something like stop signal. Okay. So I can use SIG-kill. Anything, whichever you want, you can use it. Now what I will do, so here I will try to build the image. So let's try to build the image. So I am building the image. Let's see whether we can able to build it or not. It has been built. So stop signal is executed. So now I will try to remove the container and I will try to create a new container. So now I am creating a new container. So here I am creating a new container. Now the container has been started. So if you try to check Docker container ps-a means only one container is there. And if I want to stop this one, Docker container stop ubuntu-demo, then you will be able to see that container has been stopped. And what you will try to see, so a SIG-kill will be sent into this one. So that is how we will be doing. So if you want to override this one means, so what you can do it is, so I am removing this one. So if you want to override this one, so here you can use -- name, and here also you can use -- stop -signal. And how can I use this one? Is equal to, so here I can use is equal to SIG term. So if you want, you can use it like this. That's it. Now if I try to press enter, it is not creating. If I press enter, automatically the container will be created. Okay. So now let's try to verify that effective stop signal, which one is there. So you can use Docker inspect Ubuntu hyphen demo. Okay, so docker, okay, Ubuntu hyphen demo. So let's try to see it. So if you try to press enter, and somewhere you will be able to see stop signal is sick term it is right now. So for example, let's say that if you are having so here if I try to remove this container, let's try to remove this container, and this time what I will try to do, I will try to, instead of using this one, I will create the stop signal with sigkill. So if you try to inspect the container, this time inspect Ubuntu time. So here let's try to see here the stop signal it has been sent is the sigkill. So this is how we will be using the stop signal. So just it will be stop signal option. You have the flexibility to control the shutdown behavior of your container at runtime, making your deployment process more adaptable to various requirements and scenarios. So that is one thing which you need to understand. So the shutdown behavior, it will give you more adaptable, and also the whatever is flexible to control the shutdown. So this is all about the stop signal. So I hope you understood about the stop signal thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. In this video, we will try to learn about the another important instruction, that is health check. So what is this health check? Health check instruction in a Dockerfile is used to specify a command that runs inside the container to determine the health status of the running application. So for example, so you have a container and you created a new container and running the new container, and you want to check that whether the container created or running, the application, whatever the application is running inside the container is working fine or not. If you want to check the health status of this one, means then we use this health check. This helps in monitoring the container's health and ensuring it is running as expected. So that is why we will be using. Here is a detailed explanation of this one. So that syntax of this health check is, how it will be is health check, and you will be having some options which we will try to discuss now, and followed by command cmd, and you need to provide the command, whatever the command you want to have. So for example, let's say that, so this is the syntax. For example, let's say that you are having an Nginx container, okay? So you are having an Nginx container, you created the Nginx container, and now you created Nginx container. So now how can we check that whether the application is successfully running in this container? So by checking something like localhost, okay, localhost, and if you try to run this one, then you will be able to see that if you see the web page, then we can able to understand that the container is successfully, the application is running inside the container successfully. So this command, while creating the container itself, we can run it using the health check, so that we are testing whether the application is successfully running when we created the container or not. So it is having two things. One is the options and the another one is the command. So here you need to provide this command thing. So options, there are different types of options are available. So several options are there. The first one is the hyphen interval duration. Okay. So what is this one is, sets the time between the running check. For example, let's say that I will try to give the example. So here hyphen interval duration 1 minute 30 seconds means, so it will run the health check every 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay. So we have another one, that is nothing but timeout duration. So another one, timeout is equal to duration. Sets the maximum time allowed for the health check to run. Default is 30 seconds if you don't mention it. If the command takes longer, means it is considered a failure. So example is, so that means I will try to give you a simple example for this one. Hyphen timeout is equal to 10 seconds means the health check must complete within 10 seconds. So that is thing. And we have another option, that is nothing but hyphen start period. So this is also start period. Sets the initialization time after the container starts, during which the health check can fail without counting towards the maximum retries. So for example, let's say that I will give you an example for this one also, so that you can able to understand. So start period is equal to 1 minute means allows for a 1 minute grace period after the container starts. So after that health check will be running. And the another one is retries. So these are all the options you will be providing. So these are all the options. So retries. Specifies the number of consecutive failures needed to consider the container unhealthy. Default is 3. So it will try to get it 3 times. For example, let's say that I will give you an example for this one also. So here retrace 5 means the container will be marked as unhealthy after 5 consecutive failed health checks. So health check command. So now I am trying to tell you this command, right? So we have learned about these options. You can provide all these options or you can provide any one of the option also. So now next one is the followed by the command. So now we need to provide the command. The CMD part of the health check instruction specifies the command to run inside the container to check its health. The command should return a status code. So this command should return a status code. What type of status code it needs to return? So there are two status code, that is nothing but, so 0 means the container is healthy, and if it is 1 or greater than means, here the 0 means, if you get the 0 means, exit status code as 0 means, then the container is healthy, and if you are getting 1 or greater means, then you need to understand that the container is unhealthy. So this is all about the brief introduction about the health check, and I will try to show you how we can check this one practically in the what I want to tell you is that is nothing but in the in the image build we will try to show you. So this is our custom images. So this is our Docker file, okay, and if you try to see the Docker file, so here you need to mention the health check. So here you can write in a such a way that the health check, okay. So how you will write this health check? So you can write however you want, you can write it. So here you can mention the health check, and if you want to mention the options, you can mention the options like hyphen interval, okay, is equal to 30 seconds, something like that you can write, and space hyphen timeout, okay, timeout is equal to 10 seconds. So like this you can write retrace hyphen retrace, okay, is equal to 3, and you can write the command. So now CMD, and you can use the curl command and -f http localhost. So I can check with the localhost. So if the localhost doesn't function means, then you need to, it will return false, then you need to return exit 1. So other than that 0, other than the 0 you are returning exit. So here what is the meaning of this one is, so whenever you try to exit the curl, so it will return a false. So if it returns true means, then automatically finish. If it returns false means, then it will try to exit it 1. So that's it, this is the command. So now let's go here, and I will try to build this file. Let's try to build this file. Where is the build? Yeah, I am building this file, so it may take some time to build this file. Okay, so it has been built. Now if you try to create the container, first remove this container, and if you try to remove this container, okay, and I am removing this daemon on. So now if I press enter, so now you will be able to see the container, and here if you want to check the container, so docker container ps-a. Now if you try to check it here, okay, sorry, docker container ps-a. Now here you will be able to see the health is starting, right? So now if you want to check it again means, again you need to press it like this. So instead of checking this command all the time, you can use the watch docker container ps. You can use it like this, and it will try to watch for every 2 seconds. For every 2 seconds it will try to execute this command. So now it is trying to check the health, it is starting. So why it is trying to do? So health, it is starting, it is still taking time. So it will give you the thing, whether if it is healthy means it will give you the status as healthy, or otherwise if it is unhealthy means it will give you the as unhealthy. So it is still taking some time, so maybe something like that. So let it take some time. So now we got a message that one is as an unhealthy. So what could be the option why we are getting this unhealthy? Let's try to but if you try to check, let's try to cancel, yeah, but if you try to check this one container docker container ps-a, still the container will be running, there is no need to worry, okay. So now if you try to check the curl option, curl -f http localhost, right? So this is the localhost. Now if you try to check failed to connect to localhost post 80, we couldn't connect to the server, it is saying. So what could be the issue? So that is nothing but 172.17.0.2. let's try to check it here. Yeah, this is the index file from the docker image, where we are able to see that this is the file. So fine, it is working fine. But if I try to go into the container, docker container exec -ti ubuntu -demo, and and I want to check the bash. That's it. So now if you try to check the curl option, curl -f http localhost. Okay, if you try to check it here, so it is telling that curl command not found. So because of that reason, it is unable to check the container health condition. Okay, let's try to exit it. So I think the curl is not there, I think. So docker container psfa, no, not this one. Let's go into the image. Okay, oh sorry, we should not build the image. So let's go into the Dockerfile. Let's go into the Dockerfile. Where is this Dockerfile? Yeah. So here we need to install, apart from the Nginx, we need to also install the curl also. Okay. So let's try to save it and build this image. So we are building this image. So it may take some time depending on this one. So now we need to install the curl also. It is installing the curl also. Then we will remove the container and we will create a container. Now it will tell you that the container is healthy. Why? Because so we haven't installed the curl and we are trying to check it with the curl. So now let's try to see. So now the image is successfully built. Now what I will try to do is I will remove this image. That means I want to say is I want to remove this image. Okay, then I will create the container again. So now if you try to create the container, yeah, this is the container. Now let's try to check the container status. So there is nothing but watch container. Where is this container? Yeah, I will try to use this watch command. Now let's try to check it. So now the health is starting. So it is taking some time. So maybe it will take some time. So it will try to check the health starting. And now if you try to see the container will be healthy. Why? Because inside the container, if you try to check with the curl also will be existing. So there is no need to worry. Maybe I am thinking that it will get an, yeah, now you will be able to see that it is healthy. So this is how you can check the container status health check using this health check instruction. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about another new instruction, that is volume instruction. So what is this volume instruction? Let's try to open here. So we are learning about the volume instruction. So what is this volume instruction? The volume instruction in a Dockerfile is used to designate a directory inside the container that should be stored as a volume. So that means, for example, let's say that you have created a container. Okay. So you have created a container and let's say that you want to take the backup of this one. So particular folder or particular directory. So we'll call it as a directory. Particular directory you want to take a backup or something like that. So you want to have a backup or you need to have a backup, something like that. So that means it is that should be stored as a volume. So we need to store it as a volume, some outside the Docker host machine. Okay, so outside the Docker, outside the container means in your Docker host machine or in your Docker area, you want to store this one. So then we will be using this volume. This allows you to persist the data generated by the container and share the data between the containers. Now whatever the directory present inside the container, so you have created this volume, right? Now whenever you delete this container, so when you delete this container or stop this container or remove this container, whatever you try to do it, so whenever you delete this one, but the volume will be existing. Okay, so why we use this one is in order to share the data between the two containers. So for example, you have created a container and you have took the backup as a volume and you want to share this volume to the another container, means we can do it very easily. Okay, and the syntax for this one is something like volume. You will be using the volume and you need to mention the path directory. Okay, and remember that this path directory should be the directory which is present inside the container. Okay, so inside the container you need to show it. Actually the volumes we will be having two types of volumes, that is nothing but static volume and the dynamic volume. I will try to explain you when we are trying to learn about the Docker storage. So I don't want to go deeper into this one. So just understand that we will be having the static mount, bind mount. So like this we will be having volume mount and like this. I will try to explain you all the things. So why we use these benefits of using this volume is, okay, so why we use this one is, so first of all, when you declare a volume using the volume instruction in your Dockerfile, Docker takes care of creating a new mount point with the specified path. Any data returned to this path will be stored in a volume which is managed by the Docker. So now whatever the path directory you are mentioning in the container, okay, it will be created, the path directory will be created as a volume and that will be taken care by the Docker. And whatever the files you create, whatever the modifications you create, so directly the volume also will be get modified. So that is all managed by the Docker. Benefits of using this volume is first one is the data persistence. Okay, so these are all the benefits of using this one. So let's copy here and paste it. First one is the data persistence. It will ensure that data remains even after the container is stopped or removed. I told you, right? Even if the container is stopped or removed, the data will be remained like that, the volume data. Data sharing allows data sharing between the multiple containers. We'll try to learn about this one all. I am telling you the benefits. Isolation from the host file system helps in keeping the host file system clean and unaffected by the container's operation. Performance. Volumes can be optimized for better performance compared to the bind modes. I'll try to explain you those all things. So this is all about the volume thing, that brief introduction about the volume thing. I will try to explain you about this one. So now let's try to go here. So now let's say that we are having the Dockerfile, right? So let's try to open this Dockerfile. And here what I am trying to do, so here we are having the var/www.html and also user/share/nginx/html, right? So let's say that we have copied everything and I want to create the volume for this one. So I want to take the volume, the backup of what, nothing but /var/www/html. So I want to take complete backup of this one. Okay, so now if I try to take the backup of this one, so I will try to save it. Okay, let's try to save this one. So now we have saved it. Let's try to build this one. Docker image, we already have this one, right? Docker image build, these all things unnecessarily writing why. So this one -t ubuntu current directory. So now we are building the image. So now we are storing the volume mount, not the bind mount. We are doing volume mount var/www/html. So now it is done. So let's try to create the container. So for that container, creating a container, first what I need to do, I need to remove this container, existing container. First of all, let's try to check whether any volumes are existing or not. So right now we have some volumes. So just try to remove these volumes which we are not using. Maybe it was created. So I am removing this one all. Okay, so all the volumes are not useful. So now we don't have any volumes. Okay, so let's try to create a container. Now I am trying to create the container. Let's try to create the container. Now I have created a container. Now if you try to see, a volume will be created, Docker volume ls. Now if you try to see here, a volume name has been created. So this is the random UID which has been created. So it is not a static value, it is a dynamic volume. So why? Because it's a randomly dynamic value, it has been created. Now if you want to check this volume data, Docker volume inspect, you can use it, and you can use the name of this one so that you press enter. See, the mount point for this one is var/lib/docker volumes, like this. The data will be stored here. If you want to check here ls-l, if you want to check the data, whatever the data is present here, you will be able to see. So we are not able to have an access. So let's try to use the sudo. Okay, it will ask you the password. So now you don't have anything. Why? Because so I think the data is also, we don't have anything, I think. Okay, underscore data. So maybe we don't have that var/www/html, right? We have copied. Yeah, maybe let's try to check it. http, sorry, curl http 172.17.0.2. If you try to check it, yeah, this is the index file you are having it, right? So maybe something happened. So okay, fine, let's leave it. So now the volume has been created, right? The volume will be created like this. So now let's try to see for which one it has been attached to this volume. So if you try to check it, Docker container inspect, okay, inspect, and the container name is ubuntu-demo. Okay, if you try to check here in the mount path, you will be able to have. Let's try to go to the mount. Yeah, here this is the mount path, and it is having var/www/html. So this is the path which it is accepting. Or otherwise, let's try to do it in another way. Let's go to the vi Dockerfile. Okay, let's try to remove this one, and I will remove this one also. Okay, and this one also. So now I will have it like this, var/www/html, right? Now let's try to save it. Maybe something it can do it. Let's try to observe it. or otherwise we can do it in our what I mean to say, the next next videos we will try to explain you about the storage and all those things. There we can learn about the volumes. So now I have built it. Now let's try to first remove this one, that is nothing but deleting this container. Okay, so I deleted this container. Now I will try to create the container. Let's try to create the container. Yeah, now if I try to create the container, so this is the thing, and docker volume ls. So we are having two things, right? So what I will try to do is I will clear the volume which we are not using it. Yeah, now if you try to see, this is the volume, and let's try to check it. Final docker volume inspect, and I will paste it here. So this is the volume, and if I try to check it, last time I will try to check it, sudo ls -l, and I will try to paste it here. Yeah, see, now we are able to get this all the data. So this data from where we are trying to get it, so I will try to show you this data from where we are trying to get it. This is all the data which is present inside the container /var/ww/html. If I try to show you this one, docker container inspect, if I try to show you, and in the mount we will be having, see, so this is the mount and the destination. So in the container it is pointing to this one. So whatever the content that is present inside this container in this path, automatically it will be backup in this one. So not only the single directory, we can also have a multiple directory also. I will try to show you the last one. So now if you try to check it via Dockerfile, and here we are having var/www.html, right? You can also use something like /user. So another directory also you can give it, /user/nginx/html. Okay, now if I try to save it, this one, and I will try to build this one again. Let's try to build this one again, and I will clean up the container, and I will create the container. This time 2 dynamic volumes will be created. Okay, so here if I try to delete this one, let's try to delete this one. Yeah, so now I am trying to create the container again. Container, where is the container? Come on. So now if you try to see docker volume ls, okay, now you'll be able to see one volume is nothing but the previous container volume. If the container is stopped or removed or deleted, means the volume will not be deleted, it will be present like that only. This is the disadvantages of one using the dynamic volume. If you are using static volume, means it will be deleted automatically. So here you are having 2 volumes has been created, one for the var/ww/html and another for the user share nginx html. And if you want to check that one, means docker container inspect ubuntu-demo, if you try to use it, then you will be able to see in the mounts in the volume. So these are the 2 things which you will be pointing. So one is user/nginx html and another one is var/ww, and this one is a random id which has been created. So this is all about the volume thing. So if you want to maintain the data backup and all those things, we will be using this volume thing. We'll try to learn more about this deeper thing about this volume concept. Hope you understood about this volume instruction in the Dockerfile. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the final instruction in the Dockerfile, that is user. So we are learning about the final instruction, that is user instruction. So up to now we have learned so many instructions, right? This is our final instruction. So what is the use of this user instruction? For example, let's say that this user instruction in a Dockerfile is used to specify the user under which the subsequent instructions should be run. Whatever the commands are there, run command, add command, copy, entry point, these all the commands are there, right? So under which user you want to run, so you can mention using the user instruction. So this is important for the security, organization and permission management within your containerized application. So the syntax for this one is user, okay, user, and you can mention the user name or user id followed by the group id. So you can mention the group id also. So this is the syntax for this one. So that means you can specify username and an optional group name also. If the group is not specified, the default group for the user is assumed. And you can also specify a numeric user id and also an optional group id. This is useful if the container environment does not have a user with a specified name. So if you want to switch back to the root user means, then you can use user root. This might be necessary if some instructions require the root privileges. So now if you need to create a user and a group before using the user instruction means, you typically need to use the run instruction to add the user, then only we can run this one. That means what I am trying to tell you is, for example, you are trying to run the commands using the name Leela, but let's say that Leela user is not available. So then before that you need to use the command something like user add command, and you need to create the add user or user add command will be there, right, and create the user, and you need to use this one. So I will try to show you the example scenario so that you can able to understand clearly. Let's say that what is the container we are having right now. Let's try to see. So now if you try to see, this is the container we are having it, right, and this has been exited. So let's try to remove this one, docker container rm-f ubuntu-demo. I am removing this one, docker container, and I am removing this one, ubuntu-demo. Let's try to remove it, and I will create the container. Let's try to create a new container. Okay, so I am creating the container. Okay, docker container ps. I am trying to check it, and this one is starting. So this one is up 3 seconds ago. Now let's say that under which user this application is running. Let's try to see. So the Nginx application is running, right? So which user has started this Nginx application? Let's try to see. So for that one, what we need to do, we need to log in into this one. So docker container exec -ti, and the another command which you will be having is the ubuntu-demo, and you will be having the bash. Now if you try to see /www.html is there, and if you try to run the so if you want to run the check that which under which user this process ID is running means, then you can use the Nginx. Now if you try to see the master process Nginx -g daemon off. So this command is running under the root user. Okay, under this root user it is running. So that means we cannot able to we are running this one as a root user. So in some peculiar situations or in some particular situations, what it will try to do is, so there is an option that we should not run organization requirements or something like that. We should not run the commands or anything under the root user. Why? Because we are giving all the access. So we need to restrict some access so that the security and the container applications will not get destroyed or not destroyed. So we will not get any problem. So running the process security, because of the main security, running processes as a non-root user limits the damage an attacker can do if they manage to exploit the application. It reduces the risk of accidental or malicious changes to the operating system. It's a recommended best practice to avoid running containers as the root user unless absolutely necessary. Some environments or organizations have a strict compliance requirements that dictate process must run under non-root users only. But here the process is running under the root user. So because of this situation, so what we are trying to do, so we are trying to so another user is the www-data. It is running on the www-data. Let's try to run this one. So if you try to check here, so this is our code, right? So these are all the commands which you are having, and what you want to do, you want to have a command in such a way that the application should run as a non-root user. So then you need to use user scenario. So now you need to use the user scenario. What you need to do, so we know that www-data is there. So let's try to add this www-data and save it, and let's try to build this image. So that means we are trying to run the container or run the Nginx application using the www user, not the root user. So I am building the image. Let's try to see it. So if you are trying to build the image, let's see that whether the Nginx application will be running under the non-root user or not. So before that, what I will try to, I will remove this, I will clean up this container. Now I will create the container. So now I am creating the same container. Now if you try to check the docker container ps-a, if you try to see here, it has been exited with a status code of 1. So 0 means, so normally it has been exited, but here 1 means some problem is there. So if you want to check this one, docker container logs, and that one is nothing but ubuntu-demo. Now you will be able to see the user directive makes sense only if the master process run with superuser privileges. So mkdir var slash lib slash nginx body, it is unable in this particular directory, the user which we have mentioned www-data does not have the super privileges and it needs to run with super user privileges, and it is unable to create the directory in this particular directory it is saying. So that means www-data doesn't have any permission, so permission is denied for that particular user. So it cannot able to create a file or a directory under this particular directory. So because of that reason, the nginx daemon has not been started. So that means whenever you want to run the commands other than a root user, so that means if you want to run the commands in the Dockerfile in a non-root user means, so we need to follow some particular scenarios and all those things. So directly we cannot give the user and directly we cannot run it. Why? Because you have seen it, right? Permissions will not be there. So that means if you want to run, so according to the, so there are according to the requirement, you need to understand that whether which user we need to run, depending on the organization requirement and all those things, we need to give to that particular user the proper privileges and permissions, and then only we can able to run the application with that user only. So other than that, so normally if you don't mention the user parameter means automatically it will be created. So that is one thing which you need to understand. Okay, now if you try to log in, so into this one docker container exec -ti, and if I try to check the ubuntu -demo, okay, so it is not started, right? So we cannot able to log in into this one. So that's it about this one. So now how we can able to write this one, so this one is, so what I will try to do it is, so the user creation, so how we can run this nginx application as a non-root user means, I will try to explain you in the next video so that you can able to understand very clearly. So the user concept is so little bit tricky or something, little bit thing, depends on the requirement, the user permissions we need to do it. I will try to explain you the full application by running the nginx application as a non-root user. I will try to show you. So this is all complete introduction about the Dockerfile, all the instructions we have explained you. So hope you understood about this user instruction. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So now we have completed all the Dockerfile instructions, whatever the available. So now let's try to do a sample thing. Okay, so we have told you about the non-root user using the user thing, right? So you need to understand that whenever you are trying to start the container, okay, so you create the container and you need to understand that whatever the commands you are running, there should be run as a non-root user. It should not be a root user. So that means nothing but root. Why? Because so root user will have a super user privileges, and when we try to run the container using that one, so it may damage our operating system and it will damage the application, the commands what we are trying to do. So always whenever you are trying to create the container or build the image or anything, so create the user and try to run the commands using that user. Okay, so where it depends on the requirement. Okay, so that is nothing but, so that is the thing. So now what we will try to do it is, so we will try to start the nginx application, okay, as a and run the nginx application as a non-root user. Okay, nginx application as a non-root user. So that means what we need to do, so here the first step what we need to do it is, so our requirement, so let's try to analyze our requirement. What is our requirement is, we need to take ubuntu 22.04 as base image. Okay, so now let's say that expose the port, or the port should be 80 only. We'll keep it as 80 only. I don't want to take 8090 or anything. So port should run by default 80 only. And the another one what we need to do it is, so create the volume, and for the directory, that is nothing but /var/www/html. So we are creating a dynamic volume. So we'll try to learn about the storage in the next video series. Just I am trying to tell you. And we need to install the nginx. Okay, nginx. Now what we need to do it is, so here create a user with name Leela. Okay, and run the Nginx application in the container with non-root user, that is Leela user. So this is our requirement. So now we need to start a requirement. So using this requirement we need to build the application. So let's try to build the image and we need to create the container. So let's try to create a new Docker file and create it. Now here I have started the application. Okay, let's open this MobiXterm so that I can able to log in into this one. And here I am trying to logging in. So this is our requirement. Now hope you understood about all the commands and all those things. So now I am logging into this one. So hopefully you will be able to log in. I will create the Docker file from first onwards so that you can able to understand it very easily. So this is our code, and here I will go to the CD custom images. Okay, and here if you try to check the ls, so you will be able to see a Docker file. I will remove this Docker file, rm Docker file. Okay, I have removed this one. So ls-l if you try to check, so you will be able to see that only Docker file is not it. So now I am creating a Docker file from first onwards. Docker file. Okay, so now from first onwards I am writing. So first I will take the arg and I will take the base version is equal to 22.04. Just I am taking it like this, and from the base image, that is nothing but Ubuntu, and we can use the base version. Okay, and the another one what we need to do it is, so here we need to run the command apt-get update ampersand apt-get install-y nginx and also curl to check the health check. So these two commands I am running. Okay, and what we need to do, so that's it. So you can create an entry point. Just will try to check entry point. Oh sorry, entry point nginx we have installed it, right? And I will be using the command nginx. Okay, and -g. So I will use it like this only, or otherwise you can use the command. Okay, here I can use daemon off. That's it. Now at the last, so we need to expose the port to 80. So let's try to use the expose 80, and at last I will check the health check. That is nothing but health check. Oh, sorry, health check command. I need to use the curl command -f. Okay, and http localhost. If it doesn't work means exit with 1. That's it. So now let's try to stop it, and I will build the image docker image build -t. Let's try to keep the name ubuntu-demo only. ubuntu-demo only. So we are accustomed to this one, and I am creating a custom image. Let's say I am trying to build the image. So it is telling okay, the spelling mistake for that one. Let's try to open this one, and here I will be going on to this one entry point. So I have written the mistake. So let's try to build the image. Now it will start building the image. It may take some time depending on that one. So now it is creating. Now so it may take some time. So it will install the Nginx curl and all those things. It will do it. Now what we need to do here, so we have I will try to show you. So now the things what we have understood is in this one. So we have took the Ubuntu as the base image, and we are exposing the port to the 80, and we haven't created the volume. We will create the volume, and we are installing the Nginx, and this one is pending, and we are running the application in the container with the user, with non-root user. But right now we are running the root user only. I'll try to show you. So now we need to create the volume. That one also we'll try to complete. So it will take some time. Let's try to see. So the image has been built. Now let's try to create the container. So before that one, docker container rm-f ubuntu-demo. If it is existing, I am deleting this one. So let's try to create the new one. So that is nothing but, let's see whether we can able to get that one command or not. Yeah. So now we are trying to root this one ubuntu-demo. So this is the container. Let's try to create it. So we have created the container. Now if I want to enter into this one, docker exec -ti, okay, -ti, and I want to go to the Ubuntu -demo, and the thing is bash. So now if you try to see, by default we have entered this one as the root user. So if you try to check who am I, so I entered into the container as a root user. So we should not allow the user when you are trying to enter into the container as a root user. So we need to create a new user Leela, and that Leela needs to be entered. So not the root user. So we need to do that one. And if you try to check the present, so he can do whatever you want. So if you want to create a touch leela.txt means whatever you want, he can do it. Okay, so touch leela.txt means he can able to create it without any problem. So that means he has full super user privileges. Now when a hacker or user anyone enters into the container, they will log in it as a root user and they can do whatever they want. So we should not make the container enter as a root user. We need to always enter it as a non-root user. So that means the command which we are trying to run, that ngx command daemon. So let's try to exit it. So docker container ps, if you try to check the command which is trying to run, so it should not run it as a master. So for example, let's say that if I enter here, okay, so ps aux grep nginx, the master process who is running this one is, so the user running is the root user, right? So it is running is the root user. So we should not make this command run by the root user. Instead it should be run by the another user, that is nothing but Leela. So let's say that, so that is a new user which we need to create. So he has to run this one, so root should not be run. So for making that Leela user to run this one, so we need to make necessary changes for this one. So let's try to do the changes. Before that, what I will try to do it is, so I am trying to exit this one. So let's go to the Dockerfile, okay, and we need to create the volume also, right? So let's try to create the volume, and here I am creating the volume, and I want to do var/www/html. That's it. So this is the volume, and what I want to do, so here I need to create a new user, okay. So here run. So here I will create a group first, group add -g Leela, and I want to add this user add, and I want to create a directory, home directory to this guy, and I want to add to this one, to the group Leela, okay, and we need to create a directory in such a way that /home/Leela. So this is the directory he need to have. That's it. So this is the user which we are trying to create. That's it. I think that's the only thing we can create it. Let's try to see. Okay, now what I will try to do it is, okay, we need to write the username also. The username is nothing but Leela. So here this is the group I want to add that user, and this is the user which I am trying to create, and the command which we need to run is nothing but use the command, the entry point command needs to be run by Leela. That's it. So now first what we are trying to do, I am creating a new group Leela, and I am adding that user to the group Leela, and I am creating a home directory. -m means create the directory if it doesn't exist, and the directory should be home/Leela I am maintaining, and the user is Leela. So that means we are creating a new user Leela, and we are adding it to the group Leela, and I am creating a group if it doesn't exist. So that's it. So now let's try to exit this one, and I will try to build this image. Let's try to build this image. So I am building this image. Let's try to see. So now we are getting some error. It is saying that unable to solve -group user -g did not complete successfully. So something problem came. Let's try to invalid group ID Leela, it is saying. So okay, fine. Okay, so that means, so I understood. So if you are trying to add a group means, so there is no need to mention -g here. You can check it in the Google or something like that. That's not a problem. So this is the build I am trying to do it. It may take some time. Now it is creating the user. So group has been created and the user has been added to that group, and a home directory has also been assigned to this one. Fine. So let's try to delete the container which we are having. Okay, where is that container deletion? Yeah, so I have deleted the container. Let's try to create a new container using this build only. So now I am creating a new container. So now we have built it. Now let's try to check the status of this one, ps-a. Now it has been exited with the status code of 1. So I don't know why it has been exited. Actually it should be running. Now if I try to check the logs for this one, docker container logs, and that is nothing but ubuntu -demo. Now you will be able to see that permission has been denied. So that means the user which we are trying to make it, or the user which we are trying to run it, So it has been permission has been denied. So it is unable to create a mkdir, or unable to open this var/nginx. So these are all the folders it doesn't have any access. So that means in order to make this one work, we need to provide the user Leela these all the access. So let's try to provide these all the access so that it can able to execute. So I will try to do it in the next video. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In the previous video, we are learning about the running this one in the logs. We have seen this error, right? Why? Because so we are trying to run the Nginx application as a non-root user, that is nothing but Leela, instead of the root user. So now let's try to see. Here it is telling that var/log/nginx permission is denied. Let's try to give the permission. Why its permission is not defined means, so this owner is not Leela, I think. So let's try to give the owner for this one. So for this one, what we need to do it is, so here let's try to open the Dockerfile. So if I try to open this Dockerfile, var/log and var/lib, let's try to give it. So Dockerfile, I am trying to open it, and here we have added this one, all right. So here, after creating the user, I want to give command run chown, okay, chown -r. I want to give the permission of Leela and also the group as Leela to the /var/log/nginx and also /var/lib/nginx. I am thinking like that. So now let's try to see. So var/log/nginx I am giving, var/lib/nginx I am giving. So that is the only thing which we are trying to give. So I have given the read permissions for this one. So fine, let's try to go, and here what I will try to do it is, so let's try to build the application. Okay, I am building the application. So now it may take some time. I think it will immediately be finished. Yeah, it's build the application is completed. Now what I will try to do is, I will remove this container and I will try to create the container again. And now let's try to see the Docker container ps-a. Still it is exited. So let's try to see the logs. Docker container logs ubuntu-demo. And if you try to see, now this time another problem came. So this is telling that the user directive makes sense only if the master process runs with the super user privileges ignored in the etc nginx count. So if you try to check this etc file, so you will be having in a such a way that, if you are having the nginx means, you will be having in such a way that the user should be run only with the super user privileges. So if you disable that one, if you keep a hash mark, or if you disable this one, so then it will be running with a non-user also. So normally, so let's try to, so normally this one is a warning. So let's try to check this one. So /run/ngx.pid, it is failed and permission is denied. Okay, so let's try to give that permission for that one. So here I am trying to give vi Dockerfile, and here chown permission, and I am trying to give the permission to /run also. Okay, now if you try to check it, I am building this one. Okay, let's try to build this application. Fine, I have built this application. Let's try to remove that container, and I will be creating that container again. Fine, and Docker container logs ubuntu-demo. Okay, now if you try to see, only the warning we are able to see. So that problem has been gone. So the only this warning only, right? Let's try to see whether it is running or not. Docker container ps-a. If you try to see, this is up and it is running. Health is starting. Let's try to see. Let's see that whether the health is starting or not. I will try to do watch. Okay, I will keep the watch for this one. Okay, so then it will be running. So see, now you will be able to see it is healthy. So now if you try to check Docker container pns, now it is healthy. Fine, let's try to log in into this one. So if I am trying to log in into this one, Docker exec -ti, and what could be the issue, -ti ubuntu-demo, and I want to log in with a bash shell. See, automatically instead of login with a root user, previously it used to log in with a root user, but this time it has been logged in with a Leela. See, simple, it has been done. So this is how we will be doing it. Now for example, let's say that, so we have able to did it very quickly, right? Now I will try to create touch leela.txt. If I try to run it, okay, permission is denied, I cannot able to log in. So if I try to log in with an root means sudo will not have it, su-i means, so then also you will not able to access, so you will not able to access this one. Okay, so like this you will be having. So now we are having, so now if I try to go to the who am I means, so then I am the user, that is nothing but Leela. Okay, and the username and all those things is available in the etc password grep Leela means, then you will be able to see this is the user which we have created. Now for example, let's say that if I want to go to the present working directory means, so this is one. So if I want to go to the home page means, so here I can go it, and now here present working directory means, now this is home/Leela which we have created. Now here if I try to create touch leela.txt or anything means, then I can able to create without any problem. Okay, you will be able to see this is created. Now if I go to the cd/var/ww/html, if I try to check it, then we are able to get this index.html. So now if I try to exit from here and let's try to run curl -f http 172.17.0.12, sorry 13. If I try to run it, that one, right? So curl failed to connect, could not connect to server. So why it's could not connect to server? So let's try to check it outside. Let's try to check it outside whether we can able to access it or not. So if I try to access it with this outside with the 13:08090 means, then I am able to access it. So that means we are able to successfully get this one. So this one is something like let's try to check it again. We'll try to check it. Okay, this one curl final, will check it http. I think this one is 192.168.0.3 8090. Let's try to check it 13. Okay, if I try to check it this one, see, now we are able to exit from the Docker host machine. That one we need to exit when we go enter into this one. So that is nothing but docker execute. If I try to enter it, now if you try to use curl -f http localhost means, then we can able to see the same output. Okay, so here outside we need to do this one, and the Docker host machine is also 172 dot, I don't remember exactly, 172.17.0.3 I think, not 2. Fail to connect. I didn't remember. Okay, 3 is not there, so let's leave it. So fine. So this is how we will be creating the application. So now let's try to recap this one, what we have did it. Now what we have did, so we have base version is completed and Ubuntu base version, so apt-it, and now for login into the user as Leela, what we are doing, we are trying to create the group, and also we are trying to create the user, and we are adding we are creating the home directory for this one, and we are creating it like this, and we are creating a volume also, and the volume also will be created. If you want to check means, you can check it, and we are giving permissions. So whatever the files or whatever the directories that the user needs permission, we are creating automatically, that one will be created. Now if you try to check it, so without any problem, docker container logs, if you try to check any problem means docker container logs ubuntu-demo, if you want to check it means, so this is the only warning you are trying to get it, right? So you ignored in etc nginx left. So if you want means, you can ignore, you can remove that one also. So for that one, what we need to do it is, so via Dockerfile you can go, and we need to keep a hash for this one. So for that one, we will be using the stream editor. So here I will be using run stream editor scd, and I want to search for a particular concept, that is nothing but /user/s/ and I want to replace it with the, not replace it, at the starting of the line I want to keep the hash. So that means what I am trying to do is I am trying to keep a hash at the end, at the starting, whatever the line starts with the user. So now what I want to do, where I can find it is etc slash nginx, nginx slash dot conf. In the conf file you will be able to see that one. That's it. Now you will be able to see without any problem, you will be able to get it. Now let's try to build the application so that we will run it again. Where is this image building? Yeah, so it will build the image without any problem. Let it build. So fine, it has been built. Now I will try to remove the container. Okay, so let's try to remove the container. I am removing the container. Okay, and I will be creating the container again. So I am creating the container, new container I am creating. Fine, I think the container will be started, docker container ps-a. So it is started and health is so fine. So let's try to check the logs for this one. Docker container logs ubuntu-demo. If you try to check it, so nothing, no logs are there. So now the warning also has been gone. So this is how we will be creating the Dockerfile or creating the container with the non-root user. So this is for security concern. So always when you are trying to create the container means you need to follow these steps only. So according to the requirement, whatever the commands that you want to run it, you need to run it with the super user privileges. Otherwise we need to run with a user, non-root user. So the commands and all those things, so whatever the things are there, you can run it with the root privileges. So that depends on the requirement. So you need to plan according to this one and you need to do it. So this is all about the nginx deploying the nginx application in a Docker container and building our custom image and running the container as a non-root user. So this is how we will be doing it. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you.